Denise, hello and welcome to the show
Yes,
today. You're
hi.
on the air with
My
Chef
question
Tyler
is, if I'm on this very strict salt-free diet, could I ever go into a restaurant and ask the chef to cook me a meal without salt? And is that an insult to the chef?
Thank you, Denise.
I don't think anybody who's on a diet or who has an allergy or anything and needs to ask for something special is insulting the chef at all. Where most of us are very happy to have you in our restaurant. We're glad that you came, and if you would like to come and eat food with no salt at my restaurant, I'm happy to prepare it for you anytime.
You know, that's really good to know, Tyler, because my husband is on a strict low sodium diet, which is like low salt plus. And
right.
we've become very finicky about where and how to go out to eat. And this is a relatively recent phenomenon. So that's good to know that we're really not imposing on the kitchen. It's not taken as an insult if we ask them to please be very careful.
Many restaurants, though, some restaurants have things that are pre-prepared, and then obviously that's tough. But I don't have a lot of pre-prepared things in my restaurant, so it's pretty easy for us to make alterations.
And tell us again, where can we find you? What restaurants?
So I'm at Millwright's Restaurant in Simsbury all the time. That's my baby. We've been around for 13 years. Our restaurant, Talk You, which is our outside tacos and barbecue restaurant right outside of Millwright's, right down by the water on picnic tables. It's super casual, super cute. That opens June 9th, and that will stay open until Labor Day. And then I'm also the culinary director at Orr Hill and Swift in Kent, Connecticut. So all over the state.
They all sound beautiful. I think we're going to make a trip up to Millwright's to see you. That's where you are? That's where we're going to go.
That's where I am. We would love to have you. Let me know you're coming in. I'd love to say hello.
All right. Tyler Anderson on the Lisa Wexler Show. What a pleasure. Good luck. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me. Have a great day.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A sunny sky through this afternoon with a high and low 70s and a breeze light out of the west. Clear this evening and overnight with a low and low 50s. Tomorrow is sunny and milder with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's June 2nd. Inventor and engineer Guillermo Marconi applied and got the patent for the radio.
The airwaves are busy, and that's no baloney, because of the brains of Guillermo Marconi.
It's National Donut Day in the United States, and many donut shops are offering free donuts on this special day.
Time to make the donut.
Also on June 2nd, Bridgeport's own P.T. Barnum and his circus began touring in the U.S.
There was a time when the day the circus came to town was the biggest day of the year.
Happy birthday to actor Jerry Mathers.
Leave It to Beaver. Starring Jerry Mathers as the Beaver.
June 2nd.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. WICC, the voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Justice Department is charging the suspect who attacked a group in Boulder, Colorado with the federal hate crime and say he told police he had planned the attack and would do it again. Mohammed Solomon is charged with targeting a crowd supporting hostages in Gaza. Reporter Ashley Portillo.
8 people in total were injured as a result of these attacks. They were all taken to local hospitals, some of them in critical condition, and their ages ranging anywhere from 52 years old up until 88 years old. Now, some of those people we have learned from those hospitals have been discharged. One of the victims, though, was an 88-year-old Holocaust refugee.
I'm Stacey Lynn at the White House. President Trump posted about the violence on Truth Social, saying acts of terrorism will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. He said this is yet another example of why we must keep our borders secure and deport illegal anti-American American radicals from our homeland.
The Supreme Court will not hear a challenge to Maryland's ban on assault weapons. Legal analyst Lori Levinson.
For now, the Supreme Court, a majority of them said not to take these cases. But there are at least 3 justices who are very eager to take a look at the Second Amendment issue. And there's Justice Thomas, who says over and over again that there should not be limits on these types of weapons.
Trump administration officials insist there is still a plan for high-level talks with China on ending the trade war. CBS's Weijia Jiang.
All we know is that it could happen as soon as this week. That's what his top economic advisor tells CBS News, along with the Treasury Secretary, so they're being very vague about it.
The Chinese just threatened retaliation for Trump's latest moves. Smoke from Canadian wildfires continues to blanket parts of the U.S. Meteorologist Craig Allen is tracking it.
The northern tier of the United States is experiencing the very smoky skies from these fires, especially across eastern portions of North Dakota, but more so Minnesota more than any other state, but portions of Wisconsin and Michigan as well.
Some good news for a change at Newark Airport in New Jersey, which has been plagued by technical problems and flight delays. CBS's Tom Hansen reports an important runway is ready for operation again.
To our surprise, the project has wrapped up early, so this is a big day for Newark Liberty International Airport. As one of the key runways reopens, that means that there is an expected uptick in the volume of flights that are going to be taking off from here as well.
The shortage of air traffic controllers will take much longer to address. On Wall Street, the Dow currently off 163 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. Protect your auto, home, and business with Progressive and get 24/7 coverage. See if you can save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But what if you could get both? Why not? Especially when it comes to health care, and that is MediShare. You get both. Many families save $500 a month with MediShare, and that's huge, but it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied, too. And we know this from research of members. There's a lot they like about MediShare, but especially they love being part of something they believe in. And MediShare works, too. It has for more than 30 years. There are hundreds of thousands of members who love having telehealth if they need it. They love the huge PPO network. So, yeah, really, you could save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or you're part of the gig economy or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price in 2 minutes. Here's the number. Call 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
After hours of tense debate, the state Senate has passed the controversial Housing Bill 5002. Democrats have been moving on this issue to reform housing legislation. They say this bill will help the state address housing shortages. Bridgeport Democratic State Representative Antonio Felipe spoke with WTNH-TV at News 8.
We just want to make sure that we are doing smart development. We want to make sure that we are converting some of our commercial properties that haven't been used in a long time and building out more of a robust housing stock across the board, not just affordable.
However, state Republicans have taken issue with the bill for not only its content, but also the method in which Democrats managed to pass it. After beginning as a small bill funding a study on homelessness, HB 5002 was dramatically amended after it passed through the committees into its current state. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong criticized the lack of transparency in the process.
This is a real bypassing of transparency and accountability and respect for process. And on a housing bill that is going to have so much significant impact.
Governor Ned Lamont has indicated that he will sign it into law. A Bridgeport firefighter remains on active duty following her arrest last week in Southington. Shprisa Bungu is charged with a felony count of risk of injury to a minor, along with a misdemeanor charge of disorderly conduct. Bridgeport officials say they are aware of the arrest and are investigating the matter. Connecticut Democratic U.S. Senator Chris Murphy says President Donald Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill will kill Americans. Murphy told CNN's State of the Union that when people lose their health care, you are much more at risk of earlier death.
When you lose your health care, you are much more at risk of early death. When rural hospitals close because of this bill, when drug treatment clinics close in Iowa and rural America because of this bill, more people will die at a younger age.
Democrats say the White House is trying to cut Medicaid and other social safety nets by billions of dollars. Republicans say they are much needed reforms to the programs that will cut the deficit. And Bridgeport is ranked 88th on a list of the healthiest and unhealthiest cities in America. The only other Connecticut's community on the list of 182 cities is New Haven, ranked 106th. The survey from the financial website WalletHub.com based its rankings on factors ranging from the cost of medical visits and fruit and vegetable consumption to share of physically active adults. San Francisco is the healthiest city, according to the survey. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Barrett Parkway northbound in Greenwich, construction going into exit 31. Stay right to get through. On the Upper Merritt southbound, construction exits 48 and 47. Right lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, road work from exit 61 going through exit 64. And on the southbound side of Route 8, construction exits 18 and 17. 91 southbound, more road work in Wallingford, exit 14 going down to the Wharton Brook connector. Traffic report is powered by Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Visit Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, the headquarters for your cooking needs and grilling essentials. Offering expert knife sharpening, 203-374-1118 or kitchen-corner.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny sky the rest of this afternoon. Otherwise clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Sunny and warmer on Wednesday with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So imagine you're in a managerial or high-ranking position at a major company. Now, we're not talking about a mom and dad greasy spoon kind of great place where you go for that cheeseburger at 1 a.m. No. Let's imagine you're in a boardroom 5 days a week. Let's imagine you have a beautiful corner office. You're a big boss, okay? So let's lapse into that as we begin another week right here, okay? So a few months earlier, right, you're sitting there with your board of directors. You say, hey, I have an idea. And the board of directors looks at you and says, yeah, what's that, Paul? The hell are you doing here? No, seriously. You say, hey, I want to acquire XYZ Corporation, and you make your case. You say, hey, this corporation is growing. You could supplement our business. Okay, so you make your presentation. Now, the people in the boardroom, they're the real higher-ups, the muckety-mucks, the highest of the high in your corporation. They say, what's it going to cost? And you say, listen, I've run some preliminary numbers. And it's going to cost about $55 billion. All right. And let's assume this happened, they finance it over 30 years, whatever, 30, 40 years. You get a consortium, you get a private equity firm, whatever. And you tell them, hey, look, I know it's a lot of money. It's $55 billion, but Lord knows we can make this work. Okay, so the next step is you make your CFO and your head of accounting, your head of investments, right? You say, listen, you got to put this all in writing for me, right? Let's put it all in writing. Okay. Now, you tell them, this is months ago. Play along here. You'll see what I'm getting at. This is months ago. And the board of directors says, when do they want to know by? And you say they have a hard date of June 5th, Wednesday, the 5th of June. But you did this months ago. This is not today. as we speak here on June 2nd, right? Months ago, you said, hey, I've talked to their board of directors, their CFO, their CEOs, an old buddy of mine. We went to Harvard or Yale together. So we said, okay, but I need to know for my people by November 5th. Now, if your financial people came to you and said, okay, Paul, we'll have all these numbers for you, and you say, hey, that's great. When will you have them for me? Early on the morning of June 2nd. And you would say, I would think if you're any kind of a person with a brain, you would say, whoa, wait a minute. We're thinking of spending 55, 57, 56 billion dollars. We have a deadline, an agreed deadline with XYZ company. If we're going to merge, we need to know, we need to at least shake hands on it, sign a memorandum of understanding by Wednesday, June 5th. And you want me to see the numbers early on the morning of June 2nd? So you're giving me 2.5 business days to figure out if we're spending $55 or $57 billion? Wisely? What are you, nuts? All right, let's fast forward now to the present day at 13 past 2 on this Monday, June 2nd, 2025. I got a text message this morning as I was rolling over. Compadre of mine up in Hartford says, yep, they just got the budget in Hartford. Now, mind you, folks, mind you, the legislature has to be done by Wednesday. This happens every freaking year that they do this. The General Assembly, which means basically the majority Democrats there who get to run wild and rampant over the place like a fire drill. They expect everybody in their caucus, and more importantly, the arrogance of them expects the people on the Republican side of the caucus to be able to take a critical look at spending. 50-something billion dollars, roughly $26, $27 billion a year for the next 2 years, and they expect a lot of people up there to be able to make an informed decision on that in 2.5 days by going over. You know how big this bill is? I've been told it's about 700 pages. These people are not serious. The people that run the state of Connecticut, the majority Democrats in Hartford, they're not serious. These are not serious, grounded people. They're not. How on God's green and blue and white and golden earth, pick a color, how do you expect grown men and women to make an informed, critical decision on spending money in 2.5 days into the billions of dollars? Now, you could say, well, Paul, they kind of had a little bit of an inkling. Oh, yeah, they may have had an inkling. But you folks, do you understand what I'm telling you? A 700-page plan to spend 50-something billion dollars for the next 2 years of my tax money and your tax money dropped this morning, and it's got to be agreed to by late Wednesday. That's asinine. That is not the project or the product, I should say, of serious people. It's just not. It's not. Now, why does this happen? Because we have stupid deadlines in this state. And how do you get rid of stupid deadlines? Follow along with me now. Just relax. Don't jump down my throat. Don't jump up my backside. I don't need that. Having my annual urological examination in a few weeks, but I digress. I don't need that. You know what we need? We need a full-time legislature. I know I'm already getting the blowback on Facebook. Oh my God, they screw up the state. Why would you want them full-time? You know why I want some of those morons in Hartford to be up there full-time? Because then they don't have an excuse. Then they can't hide. I'm telling you, this budget's going to be voted on late Tuesday before the deadline into Thursday. 700-plus pages, $50-something billion. Do you think, let me ask you a serious question here. And, of course, we start out with my question, should the state adopt a full-time legislature to avoid this last-minute crap, budgets and legislation and bills passed up against a deadline? This is ridiculous. So that's question number one. Question number two is, do you think anybody in Hartford really reads 700-plus pages in 2 days and understands what's going on here? Come on. Stop. I think you and I know the answer to that. But to my bigger question here, to start us off on a brand new week, with 2 days to go before they will eventually jam through a budget which will have all kinds of surprises in it, should the state adopt a full-time legislature, full-time, keep them there 12 months a year, just to avoid last-minute budgets and legislation jammed through on an idiotic deadline?
Did you run out of the house and miss breakfast? And now there's nothing in the office kitchen? Then you need the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll bring delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way around southern Connecticut until we reach your office. Sign up at voiceofct.com and the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade will be on the way.
How low can you go? No, it's not a limbo contest. We're asking about how low can the radon level in your home go? With Apex Radon Solutions as your trusted local radon mitigation expert, the answer is lower than you ever thought possible. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas that could be lurking in your home and cause serious risk to your family's health. The higher the number, the higher the risk. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test from Apex Radon Solutions. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to schedule a free radon test.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria, celebrating 100 years of a Beats.
A century ago, my grandparents, Frank and Philomena Pepe, opened a small pizzeria on New Haven's Worcester Street. They'd never have imagined the incredible legacy they built. Today, Pepe's is still here, still family-owned, and still Connecticut's old reliable. We celebrate 100 years and invite you to celebrate with us.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria, passionate about pizza for 100 years. Join the celebration at your local Pepe's today.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, we've got your flooring needs covered. From intricate area rugs, durable vinyl and laminate to elegant stair runners. Shop anywhere, but make sure to see us before you buy. Visit courtesycarpet.com to explore our extensive selection. Visit Ellen, Jay, and the team at Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Trust us, the experts in quality flooring. Because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is our courtesy.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
There, Parkway northbound in Greenwich, construction going into exit 31. Stay right to get through. On the Upper Merritt southbound, construction exits 48 and 47. Right lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, road work from exit 61 going through exit 64. And on the southbound side of Route 8, construction exits 18 and 17. 91 southbound, more road work in Wallingford, exit 14 going down to the Wharton Brook connector. Traffic report is powered by Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Visit Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, the headquarters for your cooking needs and grilling essentials. Offering expert knife sharpening 203-374-1118 or kitchen-corner.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A big warm-up by midweek for this evening and overnight. Mainly clear with a low in the low 50s. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the upper 70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warmer with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Saying everything that's on his mind. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Seriously, imagine being in a boardroom and you're telling your board of directors, I want to spend 50-something billion on a merger or an acquisition, and they ask you, when can we see the financials? And you say, it's going to be 2 days before we have to sign off on it. They'd fire you. They'd throw you out the window. But this is how we do budgets in Connecticut. It's mind-numbing. This happens every 2 years, and it's sickening. It's sickening. I'm telling you, this is ridiculous. Well, you know, they work hard. Yes, so what? Jeez. Does this make any sense at all? And you know what happens? The majority Democrats do that. Hey, folks, don't think the Republicans have any say here. The only thing the Republicans can do is slow it down so it crashes and nothing is signed, which I'd be all in favor of. They should talk this thing to death. Blow it up. Leave plenty of destruction in Hartford. This is ridiculous. Well, that's not good, Paul. No, it's not. But the way we get to this end, every freaking budget cycle is mind-numbing. Let's just go to a full-time legislature. You can't have them up there full-time. Why not? I'd rather have them up there full-time than them jamming multi-year spending bills in while everybody is half stew-nod Tuesday night or Wednesday night of the General Assembly. It doesn't make any sense. Clear-thinking people shouldn't have to be pouring through budget pages at 2 or 3 in the morning. Yet we do it every cycle, partly because a lot of you people out there are idiots when you vote. I'm sorry to say it. I love you much. But you send the same majority back to Hartford every 2 years, and this is what you get. It's a trick. This doesn't have to happen. They know. It's like you and I when we were growing up, when we were in school, and we got a bad grade on something, and our teacher said, you know, you should have taken more time on this because you know when the deadline is. But they know how to game the system. It's mind-numbing. We need a full-time legislature. Pay them a little more, pay them $60 or $70 a year, and leave them up there all year. This last-minute stuff is revolting and it's disgusting. This budget should have been done 2 or 3 months ago. Well, it takes a long time, Paul. I don't care. Get it done. Jose in Shelton starts us off. Jose, how are you? What's up?
Hey, good afternoon on this Monday.
Yeah.
Me and you have been agreeing a little more. I've been putting this proposal out there for years.
Uh-huh.
Full-time legislature.
Yep.
6 months up in Hartford.
Yep.
6 months, go door to door and ask your constituents what they think about what you're doing.
Yeah.
And another thing, here's the clicker.
Yeah.
No more sleeping in your office.
No.
3 in the morning. Listen, Paul. I got that.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what they got to do?
What?
They got to build them all condos up in Hartford, right by the Capitol. No, listen to me. Don't laugh.
All right.
Each member gets a condo.
Yeah.
When they lose election,
Yeah.
the next member gets like this. They could be rested. They could take a nice shower, bath, and then go to the chamber with a clear mind instead of sleeping till 3 in the morning. And then at 7, they got to do a vote on a budget they never read.
It's
They
crazy.
never read.
Jose, that's it. They don't read this stuff.
That 10,000-page budget, they never even read one page. Like this, they're clear-minded and they can make the right decisions.
Yeah.
And also, like you said, pay them more and you'll get a better quality of legislature.
You will. Jose, thank you, my friend. You see, there's Jose. Jose is a clear-thinking, old-time Democrat. He's not a liberal, leftist, pinko nut job like they have in that party. Jose, I don't think you'd have to build 151 condos for the House and 36 of them for the state Senate. I don't know if the state taxpayer is going to want to pick up the nut for 187 condos in Hartford. Maybe a dorm. Maybe that's what Jose was. Maybe you give. Hey, I had a single room at BU. Barely enough. I had a closet, a dresser, a bed, which was a mattress. Forget the box spring. Who had that in college? A mattress on a steel frame, a walk-in closet, a desk, and a dresser with just enough room for a little fridge and a telephone. That was it. That's what we need. Dormitories for the General Assembly up in Hartford.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound in Greenwich, construction going into exit 31. Stay right to get through. On the Upper Merritt southbound, construction exits 48 and 47. Right lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, road work from exit 61 going through exit 64. And on the southbound side of Route 8, construction exits 18 and 17. 91 southbound, more road work in Wallingford, exit 14 going down to the Wharton Brook connector. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny sky the rest of this afternoon. Otherwise clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Sunny and warmer on Wednesday with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
A.G. Williams Painting. A.G. Williams Painting. The people you trust to do the job right.
Imagine your house perfectly painted. Fresh colors, clean lines, looking better than ever. And now imagine a painting experience that's just as good. We're talking friendly painters, easy communication, and never feeling in the dark. With A.G. Williams Painting, you don't have to imagine it.
A.G. Williams Painting. The people you trust to do the job right.
A.G. Williams Painting has been painting in your neighborhood since 1906, and they know how to do it right. You'll love their team, too. A.G. Williams Painting has career craftspeople who are totally dedicated to their work and invested in your project. That means peace of mind and a paint job you can be proud of.
A.G. Williams Painting. A.G. Williams Painting. The people you trust to do the job right.
If you've been injured in an accident caused by someone else's negligence, don't bear the burden alone. The physical, emotional, and financial strains can be overwhelming. You have the right to seek compensation for all of your losses. That compensation includes medical expenses, lost wages, and damage to your vehicle, as well as compensation for the impact the accident has on your life physically and emotionally. Get Ganem Injury Lawyers. You don't have to suffer alone. George Ganem will be by your side. GanemInjuryLawyers.com.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
The rave reviews for Fairfield Motorworks say it all. Ron in Fairfield bought his Mercedes and says, "Love this place. I've finally found a mechanic I can trust." Diane in Shelton had her Nissan serviced and says, "This shop is the best. They go above and beyond for the mechanics you can trust. Bring your car to Fairfield Motorworks." 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motorworks in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motorworks, 203-333-1800.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The man accused of using a makeshift flamethrower to attack a crowd in Boulder, Colorado, has been charged with a federal hate crime. Reporter Ashley Portillo.
The suspect is in custody. He is a 45-year-old Mohammed Solomon, allegedly yelling "Free Palestine."
He allegedly told police he planned the attack for a year. The group he targeted was bringing attention to hostages in Gaza. China's now blasted the U.S. for new trade controls and threatened retaliation. correspondent Ed O'Keefe.
That doesn't sound like a country that's willing to take a call from President Trump, despite what the White House was saying on Sunday, that there's going to be a call soon.
Talks between Ukraine and Russia wrapped up today on ending their war. President Zelensky said if no progress comes out of it, new sanctions should be imposed on Moscow.
There must be a new level of pressure, new sanctions.
The Ukrainians say the Russians laid out the Kremlin's terms for ending the war. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Connecticut legislature is in its final push before adjournment of the regular session Wednesday night at midnight.
There's about 800 more bills that needs to be passed by both the House and the Senate. And then there's a budget that will take a whole day. There are a lot of bills that are not going to get called.
As just heard from Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong, lawmakers still have not completed their primary job, which is to approve a budget package for the 2-year fiscal period that begins July 1st. Democratic House Speaker Matt Ritter told WTNH-TV News 8 that approval should happen within the next day.
I don't know, Monday, maybe Tuesday. On the spending side, it looks like we've reconciled all the numbers, and now it's just a matter of going through those 20 to 25 line items and figuring it out.
On Saturday, the House passed Senate Bill 1, which would create a new fund outside the spending cap for early childhood education. West Hartford Democratic State Representative Katie Farrer spoke with WFSB Channel 3.
We're expanding spaces for so many that need care and really just make sure that Connecticut is leading the way when it comes to supporting our families and creating more affordable and accessible childcare.
A bill that seeks to provide electric relief to state residents is expected to be taken up by the House either today or tomorrow. Republicans have put energy costs front and center on their legislative agenda, with Republican House Minority Leader Vin Candelora making it clear the bill must address PURA.
I think if it doesn't address the structure of PURA to make sure it is operating in a transparent way with a body of 5, making decisions, yes, I would block that bill.
Security has been increased at the Brass Mill Center Mall in Waterbury after a mass shooting there last week. 5 people were hurt in the shooting at the mall, with all suffering injuries that are not life-threatening. Waterbury Police Chief Fernando Spagnolo says the department and mall security have had discussions about ways to make the facility safer. The department has agreed to conduct site assessments and provide recommendations for security enhancements. Protesters gathered Saturday at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport to rally against Avelo Airlines running deportation flights for ICE. The protest was held outside the main gate of Tweed. It was one of several protest events held nationwide against Avelo and its decision to transport illegal immigrants from the country for ICE. The group says in the first 16 days of the contract, Avelo flew 85 flights for ICE to locations that include Guatemala and Honduras. A runway at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport is open again after being closed for about 40 minutes this morning due to a disabled aircraft. Airport officials said there were no injuries and the damage to the plane was described as minor. It is unclear how it became disabled. A miraculous rescue was made after a small plane crashed and sank off Connecticut Sunday morning in Long Island Sound. The Piper 32 went down near Thimble Islands about 10 minutes after it took off from Bridgeport. Leading up to the crash, the pilot issued a desperate call for help and was told to make an emergency landing at Tweed. And the operator of the plane informed that they couldn't make it.
Ground, I just got word that there's an emergency inbound for runway 2. 2 souls on board. That's all the information I have right now.
The 2 people on board were pulled from the plane and the water with just minor injuries. Trent Gulliford from the U.S. Coast Guard told NBC that a civilian boat assisted in the rescue.
It took us about 15 minutes to get on scene. And once we did, a Good Samaritan vessel spotted the 2 people in the water, and we went up alongside them and helped them get out of the water. When we pulled them out of the water, they were conscious and able, and we were talking with them, and then we brought them to EMS for further evaluation.
And the Atlantic hurricane season is here. There are normally 14 named storms during the 6-month period that begins on June 1st, including 3 major hurricanes. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration says it expects between 13 and 19 named storms this year, and that up to 10 of them could become hurricanes. It expects at least 3 of them to become major hurricanes, with winds topping 110 miles per hour. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound in Greenwich, construction going into exit 31. Stay right to get through. On the Upper Merritt southbound, construction exits 48 and 47. Right lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, road work from exit 61 going through exit 64. And on the southbound side of Route 8, construction exits 18 and 17. 91 southbound, more road work in Wallingford, exit 14 going down to the Wharton Brook connector. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A big warm-up by midweek for this evening and overnight. Mainly clear with a low in the low 50s. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the upper 70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warmer with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So answer this question. Again, I'll pose it for you. Again, this is the theme of hour number 1 here. You're at a big corporation, and you're, as my people like to say, my tribe, our bigger boss, is sitting there saying, hey, I have an idea. Over the next 2 years, we're going to acquire, Flatulence Incorporated, and we're going to pay $57 billion for it over 2 years. And we have to make a decision by Wednesday, June 5th. And you tell your CFO and all your financial guys and your top accountants and your banker and the lieutenant banker that handles all the money for your company, I got to have numbers here, and I need them a month out. I need them 1 or 2 months out. Okay, boss, we'll do that. What would you say if your CFO said, well, we'll give you a full analysis, chief, flow charts, pie charts, great. When can I have it? 2 days before you have to sign on this. No, but sadly, that's how business is conducted here in the state of Connecticut. It's maddening. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And I know there are some people who reflexively would say, Paul, you're out of your mind. I'm disgusted and disappointed with you. Well, you can be. I think we need a full-time General Assembly. I'm serious. You need people, you need reasoned people who will meet every year for at least 8, 9, 10 months. Okay, give them a couple of months off in the summer, whatever. Tell them to get the hell out for July and August after the end of June and then come back on September 1. But this is nuts. It's a 700-page budget bill. A friend of mine's reading it right now. She said, you wouldn't believe what's in this thing. But again, how are people going to digest this? How do you digest? Explain to me. Explain to me, Lucy. How do you digest this $50-something billion of spending over 2 years in a day and a half, 2 days? Here's your little clue on that question. You're not supposed to. That's how the majority in Hartford works. You're not supposed to. So who's with me? Full-time General Assembly. So now, if we had that, and I don't care, well, you want to pay people a full-time salary for doing this? Yes, I do. If I'm a head of a corporation and I'm asking people, what do you think about us spending $57 billion over the next 2 years? You're damn right I want full-time people. Well, maybe a lot of people can't do that. Too bad. You'll find enough people who can take a year or 2 off or work their regular gig as a side job and actually take the time and not say, oh, sorry, out of time. Can't do any more analysis on this budget because I got to tend to my landscaping company. Got to pay the illegals there. Dave in Brantford. Dave, help me here, Dave. What's up?
I don't agree with you. I think the work product expands in proportion to the time available to do it. And one of the problems is the name of the job, lawmaker or legislator. They're not there to pass more laws. They need to go up there and take laws away. That should be a full-time job.
That's never going to happen, Dave. I love you, but that's never going to happen.
And
never.
The other thing is, their central legal job is raising and spending tax money.
Well,
everything else is candy before dinner. Stuff about rent control and marijuana laws.
I know.
You can't do that until you do your homework first. Every parent knows the rule. That's what we need to tell the legislators.
But the problem, Dave, the problem is and I respect you, honestly. I'm just kidding about this. But seriously, I'm not kidding about my point, but I'm just kidding about breaking your chops here. But seriously, well, did you hear that soundbite Chris just had? How many hundreds of bills they have up there, and they're not going to get to 9/10 of them, which inherently, Dave, might be a good thing. But there might be one or two things in there, and they say, oh, sorry, like budget oversight, sorry, we don't have time for this. I mean, come on.
They have no business talking about how many parking places per bedroom should be required in my town.
I know.
Because it's different than your town.
I know.
And that's what they waste time talking about.
But we're in a blue state. It's never going to stop. It's never going to stop.
That's why I call. Thanks for letting me on, Paul.
Thank you, Dave.
Bye.
Bye. Dave in Brantford, always our shining light of sentimentality here. No, but I understand. See, I see a lot of, quote unquote, I consider myself a conservative on the right side of the aisle, but I love everybody. Oh, I know a lot of people on the right side of the aisle. They're already killing me on social media on this. I don't care. I love you all. Peace, love, and herb tea. Like Ringo always says, peace and love, peace and love. God bless him. He's 84. He's on the road again this summer. Good for him. Ringo, though, stop dyeing the hair. Your hair's not black at 84. But I digress. Come on. A 700 or a page or so bill. I've been chatting with somebody who's actually downloaded the PDF and is going through it, sniffing out for the rats here. 700 pages. And you think your state rep or state senate member, Democrat or Republican, you think they know what's in that bill? Come on. It's all been written by staff attorneys from committee reports. Now, again, I have nothing in principle with 700 pages or 300 or 400 pages. People read books, 1, 2, 3 books a month. That's a few hundred pages right there. But at least they have the time to do it and are not kidding themselves into saying, well, I can knock off 700 pages in 2 days. That's ridiculous. It sullies the lawmaking process. And it echoes of an arrogance in this state as to how we are governed. And I will ask you again, and I will tell you, it's okay to be arrogant if you actually have a resume. If you don't, of grand accomplishments, you're not sure. You just heard on the news there, and you've been hearing all day here on the radio station, legislators, including one of our locals here in Fairfield County, Tony Wong, saying, hey, we don't know whether we're going to get to any substantive energy legislation. And this is where the deadline hurts. This is where the deadline helps people who don't give a damn about your electric bill. Oh, we ran out of time. Oh, we really wanted to lower your electric rates. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Stop that. I predict we're going to hear that. But, these are complicated issues. Yeah. Yeah, we really wanted to do something about the public benefits charge. We really want to ease the burden on Connecticut ratepayers from UI and Avangrid and Eversource. Now, here's the bottom line. You don't, you never did, you don't want to, and you'll use the Wednesday deadline as a big fat honking excuse.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's ALL to 321-321.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound in Greenwich, construction going into exit 31. Stay right to get through. On the Upper Merritt southbound, construction exits 48 and 47. Right lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, road work from exit 61 going through exit 64. And on the southbound side of Route 8, construction exits 18 and 17. 91 southbound, more road work in Wallingford, exit 14 going down to the Wharton Brook connector. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny sky the rest of this afternoon. Otherwise clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Sunny and warmer on Wednesday with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Everything you need to know to stay informed. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
So how about it? Especially you people out there who tend to agree with me on a lot of stuff. Maybe you're on the right-leaning side of things. And usually, not all the time, but, usually people who tend to be a little more right-leaning or conservative on stuff, usually the idea of a full-time lawmaking body is not appreciated. But what's more valuable? Clinging to some dogma, some litmus test about, no, I can't ever have a full-time legislature, or saying, or in some way, shape, or form, enabling bad lawmaking and rushed lawmaking. It's not good. And don't think that one party or the other doesn't take advantage of it. Of course the majority takes advantage of it. And it happens on the national scale, too. Now, again, I know what people are saying, well, that's how the game is played. Okay, doesn't make it right. And again, you hear legislators when they're on my show, when they're on with Melissa, when they're on with Lisa, saying, well, we have this time constraint at the state capitol. Well, you heard our friend Chris Caruso mention it last week, and he's right. The reason we have the on-off schedule, 3 months, 6 months, it was patterned when it was an agrarian society in this state. I don't know how many people have to run home from Hartford, get on the horse, do the 2-day trip to Hartford by horse, because you got to get off and you got to get home and plow the fields. I don't think I've seen that coming down 91 or on the Turnpike or 15, either Parkway. I don't know. I don't think, hey, Ma, when's Pa coming back from Hartford? I reckon he'll be back by Friday when we till the fields. We don't do that anymore. We have to evolve. We have to evolve. This notion of, well, we can't do stuff that's necessary because we're out of time. What? And I'm not saying that if you went to a full-time lawmaker or a full-time salary up there, you wouldn't have constraints. Of course you would. Every job has limits. Every job has boundaries. Every job has constraints. But my God. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I found this, and this is interesting. Let me know what you think about this. By the way, talk or text You can text me at 203-333-9422. I just opened up my text screen. 333-WICC. I found this here listing, which is kind of interesting. Right now, there are 10 states that have full-time legislatures. In other words, they don't do something X months a year for this year and that year. They're there on a regular, balanced scale because it's their job. It is their job. There are some red-leaning states and some blue-leaning states. Mostly blue states, but there are some right-leaning states that have full-time legislatures. Doesn't mean they're not reelected every 2 or 4 years, but that's their main job. California, Michigan, New York, Pennsylvania, Alaska, Hawaii, Illinois, Massachusetts, Ohio, and Wisconsin. For those states, the average lawmaker spends 84% of his or her time in lawmaking. The average legislator in those states makes, it's decent. It's not you're not going to go to Tahiti on this. They make an average of $82,300 a year, full time. The following states, I can't read them all, but Connecticut is among the following states who had a part-time legislature. And the average salary in Connecticut and the other states, there's a lot of them here, about $41,000 and change, which is what they make now. The average lawmaker in Connecticut makes about $42,000 a year, 6 months 1 year, 3.5 months the next year, plus about $3,000 or $5,000 expenses. Then there's a third tier, and by the way, those states, including Connecticut, 74% of their time is spent lawmaking. Then there are states that have an even lower grade of part-time legislature, among them Idaho, Kansas, Maine, Mississippi, New Hampshire, New Mexico, Rhode Island, the Dakotas, Wyoming, Montana, West Virginia, Vermont, and Utah. But I'm telling you, I am just, I've had it, and I've had it for years. The excuse that we're out of time is I understand it's a real excuse. The fact that it exists in the year 2025 is mind-numbing. Well, Paul, if you do that, then they just become professional legislators, like they're not professional legislators now. Come on. How many years have Martin Looney and Bob Duff and Matt Ritter and the people you see in Hartford and you see in here on the Gary Winfield, how many years have those people been there? Come on. So what do you think? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I'm ready for it. Full-time legislature. It doesn't mean that they're not going to stand for re-election every 2 years for the House and Senate. What it does mean is it gets rid of the phony, limp-spined excuse that we ran out of time. In what other job is, we knew we had to do something serious, but we ran out of time? In what other job, in what other universe is that acceptable? Well, Paul, some of the legislators that are there now, they couldn't do it on a full-time basis because of their other job. Well, you know what? Too bad. Sorry. Again, we hearken to the great British philosopher Jagger. You can't always get what you want. But if you try sometime, you just might find you get what you need. Before news, let's go to Bob in Trumbull. Bob, you're on. What's up?
Reverend.
Yes.
Jose had a good idea about
the condos.
Yeah, but I got a better one.
Let's hear this. Yes.
In the parking lot, you set it up for RVs.
Yes.
So they just stay in their RV, and the ones that don't have an RV, they can put a tent.
Yeah.
And you can have grills outside.
Oh, boy.
But you only are allowed to burn wood or coal in them.
Yeah.
None of this clean natural gas
Yeah.
stuff.
Okay.
And they have to be there. That way, if a constituent has an idea, they can come at 1 or 2 and say, hey, get up. Here's what you should be thinking while you're trying to sleep.
So you want them to be able to tailgate with their lawmaker?
Yeah, that would be good. But the lawmakers got to have a keg or something.
Oh yeah. Well, Bob, thank you, Bob.
Now wait, I got 3 things.
Oh no, Bob, we don't have time for 3 things. Sorry, sorry. Hey, you know what, Bob? I ran out of time. How about that?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
There, Parkway northbound in Greenwich, construction going into exit 31. Stay right to get through. On the Upper Merritt southbound, construction exits 48 and 47. Right lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, road work from exit 61 going through exit 64. And on the southbound side of Route 8, construction exits 18 and 17. 91 southbound, more road work in Wallingford, exit 14 going down to the Wharton Brook connector. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A big warm-up by midweek for this evening and overnight. Mainly clear with a low in the low 50s. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the upper 70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warmer with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, and RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE. Because it probably can be.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, what do you know? What do you say? What do you think? 203-333-9422-333. They're already priming the pump. All the members of the General Assembly are saying, hey, we're not going to have enough time to get to some of this stuff. And you watch. Maybe I'll be wrong, and I hope to God I'm wrong. You watch. Maybe if we don't get any substantive energy bills passed to lower your rate, to lower the electric rates of folks, UI customers, Eversource customers around the state. No. We run out of time. See, they don't run out of time in Alaska, California, Illinois, Hawaii, Massachusetts, Michigan, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. All those states have full-time legislatures. They meet on and off throughout the year because they realize that, people will want to do this as a full-time job. I know everybody thinks we're still back plowing the fields, that we only have people in lawmaking for 2 or 3 months. No, you have a chance to get rid of them or to reelect them. Those, my friends, sons and daughters, it's called an election. Doesn't matter. You could have somebody who's up there 10 months and does great work, and you can have somebody who's up there 2 or 3 months and just does horrible work, burns down society. The time that they're working doesn't mean anything. What's the quality of their work? And maybe if we had people up there more than 5 months 1 year and 3 months the other year, maybe we could fix something up. But my God, every 2 years we're like it's the Boston stinking marathon. Gotta hurry up because here comes the finish line. That's no way to legislate. It's not. It may have been that way in 1815 or 1797. It's 2025. Well, Paul, some people's jobs would preclude them from being a legislator. Too bad. As Sister Eileen Rogers taught me in the 5th grade at St. Aidan's with her Boston accent, too bad, dear. Life is hard. So the bottom line is those full-time legislators are making, on average, I would have no problem with the money either. Full-time lawmakers make a little above $82,000 a year. Right now, to only work a few months a year, we're paying those fine folks in Connecticut, men and women, $42 grand.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The suspect in the attack over the weekend on a group supporting hostages in Gaza is facing federal charges, as Matt Piper reports.
The FBI says the man charged in the attack in Boulder, Colorado that left 8 people injured told police he planned it for a year and would do it again. Mohammed Salman told investigators that he targeted what he described as a Zionist group and that he researched on YouTube how to make Molotov cocktails. The affidavit was released in support of a federal hate crime charge now filed by the Justice Department. CBS News has learned that Salman most recently was driving for Uber.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
We know that this individual, this terrorist, was allowed into this country by the previous administration, was foolishly given a tourism visa, and then was illegally allowed to stay. These individuals are going to be deported, and we're not going to tolerate such violence in our country.
ICE Acting Director Todd Lyons today praised the surge in immigration enforcement in Massachusetts.
Significant amount of the criminal aliens that are arrested by the teams with drug traffickers, sex offenders, murderers, and foreign fugitives trying to evade justice in their home countries.
He defended the use of masks by his agents, insisting it's because they and their families have been targeted with threats. President Trump is facing the challenge of convincing Republican senators that he won't bury the federal government in debt with his tax breaks package. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns.
You still have some members concerned about government spending, that this bill doesn't cut enough. On the other hand, you have some lawmakers concerned about these potential cuts to Medicaid and other social safety net programs, saying that they don't want to vote for something that might cut into the programs in their states, which is significant because this is coming from some Republicans.
There is a big job ahead getting all of the problems fixed at Newark Airport in New Jersey, but Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says there's been progress in one area.
Today we're celebrating the opening of Newark's runway. And this is a 60-day project that actually is completed 13 days early.
There's new hope for some breast cancer patients, as CBS's Elaine Cobb reports.
Pharmaceutical company AstraZeneca says its new breast cancer drug can stop mutating tumors before they start to grow. Unveiling positive trial results on patients with advanced breast cancer, the company said its camizestrant cut the risk of a tumor progressing or a patient dying by 56%, and it significantly helped improve general health and quality of life.
Checking the numbers on Wall Street at this hour, the Dow Jones Industrials are down 17 points. Investors worried about the trade tensions again. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A miraculous rescue was made after a small plane crashed and sank off Connecticut Sunday morning in Long Island. The Piper PA-32 went down near Thimble Islands about 10 minutes after it took off from Bridgeport. Leading up to the crash, the pilot issued a desperate call for help and was told to make an emergency landing at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport, but couldn't make it.
Ground, I just got word that there's an emergency inbound for runway 2. 2 souls on board. That's all the information I have right now.
The 2 people on board were pulled from the plane and the water with just minor injuries. Trent Gulliford from the U.S. Coast Guard told NBC that a civilian boat assisted in the rescue.
It took us about 15 minutes to get on scene, and once we did, a Good Samaritan vessel spotted the 2 people in the water, and we went up alongside them and helped them get out of the water. When we pulled them out of the water, they were conscious and able, and we were talking with them, and then we brought them to EMS for further evaluation.
A runway at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport is open again after being closed for about 40 minutes this morning due to a disabled aircraft. Airport officials said there were no injuries, and the damage to the plane was described as minor. It's unclear how it became disabled. Protesters gathered Saturday at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport to rally against Avelo Airlines running deportation flights for ICE. The protest was held outside the main gate of Tweed. It was one of several protest events held nationwide against Avelo and its decision to transport illegal immigrants from the country for ICE. The group says in the first 16 days of the contract, Avelo flew 85 flights for ICE to locations that include Guatemala and Honduras. The Atlantic hurricane season is here. There are normally 14 named storms during the 6-month period that begins on June 1st, including 3 major hurricanes. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration says it expects between 13 and 19 named storms this year, and that up to 10 of them could become hurricanes. It expects at least 3 of them to become major hurricanes with winds topping 110 miles per hour. And the city of Bridgeport is ranked 88th on a list of the healthiest and unhealthiest cities in America. The only other Connecticut community on the list of 182 cities is New Haven, ranked 106th. The survey from the financial website WalletHub.com based its rankings on factors ranging from the cost of medical visits and fruit and vegetable consumption to share of physically active adults. San Francisco is the healthiest city, according to the survey. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 40 minutes from Stanford through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way. Up Merritt southbound, some residual delays in Trumbull because of earlier construction. Same on Route 8 southbound through Seymour. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny sky the rest of this afternoon. Otherwise clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Sunny and warmer on Wednesday with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I know for you, those of you watching on the video stream, you're looking at me going, what is he doing? Hey, how are you? Yeah, video. Go to our go to WICC 600, 95.9 FM, 600 AM on YouTube, and then click on the WICC round insignia, and you'll see me live from the studio here, the sumptuous studio of Connoisseur Media here, WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online, voiceofct.com. Or if you are a fan of Twitch, the video streaming platform twitch.tv. Go to twitch.tv and search for WICC. Click on that, and here I am. My God, that's what he looks like. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So help me out here, and I started this today. I started on this topic. I want to do another segment or two on this because, you know, if you've listened to this program or to Chris and John in the middays with the download, or Lisa Wexler before that, or Melissa before that, Melissa in the morning, if you've heard over the past really month or so, the main driving stories in this state have come out of Hartford, whether it's an education bill or a housing bill or this bill that's got labor screaming at the governor because he won't sign off on paying strikers unemployment compensation. So Hartford right now, as much as happening in these cities and towns, Hartford's really driving the conversation. But sadly, we're starting to hear, through really no fault of their own, we're starting to hear Democrats and Republicans alike in Hartford, the state capital, saying, hey, we may not be able to get to this. We may not be able to get to that. We couldn't get to that over there. We might not be able to get to this. Not that we're not smart enough or have the impetus enough to fix this stuff, but because we're running out of time. And I made the case in the first part of the hour. Do you ever see this in corporate America? You probably rarely do. I'm sure it happens sometimes. But do you ever see companies who decide to spend or not to spend hundreds of millions or billions of dollars come to a decision because of an unreasonable deadline? Yeah, there are deadlines. I get that. But again, right now, I had a friend of mine text me this morning, got the text, what is this? It's that. And I'm like, oh, okay. The budget dropped overnight in Hartford. A 700 roundabout here or there, roughly a 700-page document. You can find it. It's on the internet. You can, if you're bored, you can read 700 pages of spending ideas online if you really have no life and are bored, like me. And lawmakers are supposed to vote on this by Wednesday. And we still use this archaic, centuries-old time frame, and it does far worse than helps us in the state. And I know there are people who are saying, well, lawmaking should not be a profession. Well, yeah, okay. And guess what? We don't use horse and buggy anymore. And there are a lot of states that do function. Now, you can argue with their political leanings, but Alaska, California, Illinois, Hawaii, Michigan, New York, Massachusetts, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, they all have full-time legislatures. So they're not constrained. I mean, I'm sure there's some deadlines, but they're not constrained by this idiotic, archaic, agrarian-era idea that in Connecticut that we only discuss things 3 months one year and 5 months the next year. That's dumb. It's idiotic. And I know there are some of the sisterin and brethren on my side of the aisle who say, well, we shouldn't have lawmakers up there all year. Why not? Give me a quantitative reason why not. Now, you may say, well, it's because they'll screw things up. All right, maybe they do, and they often do. But wouldn't you want to give it a shot at least to avoid them having the age-old, trite, ridiculous argument of, well, we ran out of time. We ran out of time. We ran out of time to make substantive, critically examined decisions. And we ran out of time like we're beholden to a freaking alarm clock. That is ridiculous. Who's with me on a full-time General Assembly? I'm serious. You still have elections. You still elect all or re-elect or get rid of some or all of 151 state House members and 36 state Senate members every other year on the even years. I'm not saying to change that. No. All I'm saying is, how about if we get a better resume regarding what they've done and what they failed to do? I mean, it's ridiculous, for example, that on a 2-year aggregate term for a lawmaker, they're only really doing anything constructive in Hartford. I'm not saying they don't meet constituents on the side, but the nitty-gritty is only 8 months, 5 months 1 year, 3 months the next year. And yes, I know they do other stuff. any are listening now, I don't want them to be angry with me, but you know what I'm saying here. We're making critical decisions on spending billions and billions and billions of dollars. We shouldn't have ridiculous deadlines forcing decisions on life-spending issues and life-affecting issues. I think we should have a full-time legislature. I think all 36 members of the state House, all 151 members of the state Senate should serve, 9-10 months a year. You with me or not? 203-333-9422, 333 WICC.
You listen to Melissa in the Morning, live from the Voice of Connecticut studios. But now, she's coming to your town. It's the WICC Brown Roofing Melissa in the Morning Diner Tour. Every Thursday morning, join Melissa Sheketoff as she broadcasts live from diners across Fairfield County. She'll interview local leaders, selectmen, and everyone that makes your town great. Get a full schedule at voiceofct.com and join us. Presented by Maritime Chevrolet, AARP Connecticut, and Connecticut Education Association.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Having an office party, graduation, birthday party? Make your event special with catering from AB's Falafel. AB's Falafel in Trumbull serves the finest and most flavorful falafel, kebabs, salads, shawarma, spinach pies, hummus, and more. Catering from AB's is easy. Go to absfalafel.com and click on catering. Pick from trays of kebabs, falafel, salads, and more. From 10 to 200, cater your next company or family event from locally owned and operated AB's Falafel. absfalafel.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, cadillacofgreenwich.com.
Looking for a reliable dentist in your neighborhood? Columbia Dental's Norwalk office is here for you. Located at 91 East Avenue, our team of general dentists and an oral surgeon are ready to serve you. As part of the Columbia Implant Center network in Manchester, we offer 7-day-a-week services, including an in-house digital dental lab for same-day emergency care. Visit our website at columbiadental.com for more information and to book your appointment today. Your smile is our priority.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the award-winning online learning program.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Designed by education experts, ABC Mouse seamlessly aligns with what your child is already learning in school. And with over 10,000 learning activities and more than 850 lessons, it's an engaging and comprehensive curriculum. More info at abcmouse.com/radio.
I have been teaching for 13 years, and I've never seen a program like ABC Mouse. It encompasses science, math, reading, social studies.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials. Sponsored by Age of Learning.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 40 minutes from Stamford through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way. Up Merritt southbound, some residual delays in Trumbull because of earlier construction. Same on Route 8 southbound through Seymour. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
A big warm-up by midweek for this evening and overnight. Mainly clear with a low in the low 50s. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the upper 70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warmer with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut has a lot of problems. Here's the man who will solve them. Connecticut Today with Paul Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So like they say in my business or in TV or my son's business, producing plays on cue. As if I could have sat here and said on cue, and I will. This story just broke in the Connecticut News Junkie, and right now I'm efforting, as we like to say, the actual audio of this. Now, I'm going to read you 2 paragraphs here. They're not long, but bear with me here. Because I've said this over and over and over again. Having a part-time legislature with ridiculous time limits of 3 months in the odd years and 5 months plus a day or two in the even years gives the majority cover. It allows them to purport their sleeves. It allows them to, what we like to say in the business, sandbag everybody else. Let me give you 2 paragraphs here. And my God, maybe the Democratic caucus is listening to me in Hartford, you guys and gals, because you just proved my point. You just proved it. The State House is hoping, I should say, and it's not there twice, that's me for emphasis. The State House is hoping to take up the 2026-2027 state budget sometime today, Monday. Now, remember, folks, this is to be voted on Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday. Okay, class, what comes after Tuesday? Wednesday. The House is hoping to take up the budget Monday, though House Speaker Matt Ritter said prior to the session start to today that Tuesday was possible, too. Okay? So you say to yourself, well, okay, Tuesday. Now, folks, you have to understand something. They're going to vote on this on Wednesday. This is all a setup. There's no respect for the independent voters of this state, and there's no respect for anybody who would even lean Republican. Listen to this quote from Matt Ritter, and I'm trying to get the actual audio here. Here's the quote. "We love to run it today. We think that's a good goal." He said that earlier today, but we're not going to do a budget at 3 in the morning. So if we're not ready until 10 o'clock at night, we'll come back and do it tomorrow. And people are going to be mad at me, but I don't care. Okay. I guess those that we select to govern us can't be on a schedule. Please explain this to me. Or is this what they actually want? Remember, the more that there's a delay in this, you have to understand something, folks. The more you compress the back end of this timeline, it gives independent voices and conservative voices less time to find the rats, less time to find the amendments that are hidden in the bill. Majority Leader Jason Rojas, Democrat East Hartford, said it's a budget that continues to move the state forward and make the critical investments where we believe they need to be made while still working within the fiscal constraints that we have and continuing to pay down long-term debt and obligations. I wouldn't know. You only drop the bill today, and it's only 2 days before you have to vote on it. This is, you know what this is? This is a clown show. This is a clown show. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. So you may ask yourselves, because maybe you don't follow this as closely as I do, or Lisa does, or Melissa does, why the deadline like this every 2 years? Because that's exactly how the majority in Hartford wants it. Again, understand, the less time on the back end of this there is, before the vote is necessary, it gives the Dems a better time frame to A, hide stuff in it, and B, if there's any real opposition to this, they then have the fallback of, well, we were ready to pass it, but the obstructionist Republicans weren't. But again, I can talk myself blue in the lips here, and a lot of you people send the same people back to Hartford every 2 years who perpetuate this garbage. And I know what you're going to, I'll tell you right now what's going to happen. Some reporter is going to, when they find their testicular fortitude, some reporter in Hartford may ask the Democratic majority, hey, are there any Republican ideas here? To which Martin Looney or Matt Ritter or Bob Duff will respond something to the effect of, well, we didn't think any of their ideas were serious. Okay. All right. That's it. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me and me and me again. Paul's in Monroe before news. Hey, Paul, how are you?
Hey, pretty good. So a couple things.
Yeah.
First of all, I think it's funny how they get to have this recess.
Yeah.
And I know it's supposed to, so they're going to meet with constituents and things like that. But the way I look at it is like, if you know you have a job to do, right?
Yeah.
And you know it has to be done on Friday.
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't you start on Monday to get everybody on board to get it fixed? If you wait till Friday afternoon and it's not done, well, that's not anybody's fault but your own.
It is all done, Paul, to squelch the opposition. The longer they wait to present this budget document, the less time there is for independents and Republicans in this state to physically actually go through it and say, hey, what the hell is this? But there's no time.
Yep. Yeah, and the other thing is, this happens every time.
Yes.
You would know.
Yes.
Every time. Yep.
Well, Paul, thank you for the call, Paul. And yes, Paul's 100% right. It does. That's what I tell you folks. It happens every 2 years because there are a lot of blue voters in this state who send the same people back to Hartford over and over and over again. And I guess they're happy.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 40 minutes from Stanford through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way. Up Merritt southbound, some residual delays and trouble because of earlier construction. Same on Route 8 southbound through Seymour. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny sky the rest of this afternoon. Otherwise clear this evening and overnight with below and low 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Sunny and warmer on Wednesday with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Options, experience, and know-how, you deserve all three when it comes to selling your home. Choose someone who's trusted by community leaders with a nearly 40-year track record of serving area families just like yours. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate. We can bring you a cash offer should you need to sell quickly. We can protect the equity in your home with a traditional sale or even our Improve to Move program if it's right for you. To upgrade your home, learn more at carbeautyrealestate.com.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, host of Melissa in the Morning here on the Voice of Connecticut. I want to tell you about MADE, a leadership series of events I've been hosting with the Department of Economic and Community Development and the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. MADE is designed to equip Connecticut's industry professionals with the connections, resources, and insights necessary to create opportunity in today's business landscape. Topics included so far: how to attract and keep top talent, and innovation, and the advancements right here in Connecticut. Don't worry, though, if you've missed it, check out what we've learned on the podcast at voiceofct.com. The next MADE series will focus on reputation and how your business can stand out. If you want to stay ahead of the curve in business and build game-changing connections, you need to listen to the podcast. It's on voiceofct.com, and join me at the next MADE event. Details coming soon at ConnecticutMade.com.
Are you sick and tired of paying high prices for Continental tires? Then get to Town Fair Tire for the lowest price you'll find anywhere. Yes, the guaranteed lowest price on every Continental tire. Plus, at Town Fair, you get free services for life. Think about it. Why look anywhere else for Continental tires when Town Fair gives you the guaranteed lowest price plus free services for life? Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The FBI says the man charged in yesterday's attack in Boulder, Colorado that left 8 people injured told police he specifically targeted what he called a Zionist group. Reporter Ashley Portillo.
Some of those people and victims have been discharged too, but one of the victims we do know is an 88-year-old Holocaust refugee.
CBS's Scott McFarland reports a former Trump supporter is refusing to accept a pardon for her role in the January 6 riots.
She had to work through her senator in Idaho to formally renounce the pardon and renounce the pardon certificate. She says she knows what she did.
Administration officials today announced the results of an immigration enforcement operation in Massachusetts.
Since January 20th, our office has charged well over 50 foreign nationals.
Although an 18-year-old recently arrested was not an intended target, officials say his father was. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 14-year-old boy has been arrested after he allegedly was found with a gun equipped with a high-capacity ammunition magazine in Stamford. Police say the unidentified juvenile was arrested at his home in Stamford's West Side last week. The boy is a student at West Hill High School. Police say the boy was known to carry the gun on the streets, but it's not clear whether he brought the weapon to school. Security has been increased at the Brass Mill Center Mall in Waterbury after a mass shooting there last week. 5 people were hurt in the shooting at the mall, with all suffering injuries that are not life-threatening. Waterbury Police Chief Fernando Spagnolo says the department and mall security have had discussions about ways to make the facility safer. The department has agreed to conduct site assessments and provide recommendations for security enhancements. Smoke from Canadian wildfires could affect Connecticut this week. The jet stream is likely to carry smoke currently over the Great Lakes and the Midwest to the east. NBC Connecticut reported forecasters said the smoke could arrive here by midweek. Poor air quality can affect the health of people with respiratory conditions, lung, and heart disease. A Bridgeport firefighter remains on active duty following her arrest last week in Southington. Shprisa Bungu is charged with a felony count of risk of injury to a minor, along with a misdemeanor charge of disorderly conduct. Bridgeport officials say they are aware of the arrest and are investigating the matter. Connecticut Democratic U.S. Senator Chris Murphy says President Donald Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill will kill Americans. Here is Murphy on NBC's State of the Union.
When you lose your health care, you are much more at risk of early death. When rural hospitals close because of this bill, when drug treatment clinics close in Iowa and rural America because of this bill, more people will die at a younger age.
Democrats say the White House is trying to cut Medicaid and other social safety nets by billions of dollars. Republicans say they are much needed reforms to programs that they say will cut the deficit. After hours of tense debate, the state Senate has passed the controversial Housing Bill 5002. Democrats have been moving on this issue to reform housing legislation. They say this bill will help the state address housing shortages. Bridgeport Democratic State Representative Antonio Felipe spoke with WTNH-TV News 8.
We just want to make sure that we are doing smart development. We want to make sure that we are converting some of our commercial properties that haven't been used in a long time and building out more of a robust housing stock across the board, not just affordable.
However, state Republicans have taken issue with the bill for not only its content, but also the method in which Democrats managed to pass it. After beginning as a small bill funding a study on the homelessness, HB 5002 was dramatically amended after it passed through the committees into its current state. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong criticized the lack of transparency in the process.
This is a real bypassing of transparency and accountability and respect for process. And on a housing bill that is going to have so much significant impact.
Governor Ned Lamont has indicated that he will sign it into law. The Connecticut legislature is in its final push before adjournment of its regular session Wednesday night at midnight.
There's about 800 more bills that needs to be passed by both the House and the Senate. And then there's a budget that will take a whole day. There are a lot of bills that are not going to get called.
As just heard from Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong, lawmakers still have not completed their primary job, which is to approve a budget package for the 2-year fiscal period that begins July 1st. Democratic House Speaker Matt Ritter told WTNH-TV News 8 that approval should happen within the next day.
I don't know, Monday, maybe Tuesday. On the spending side, it looks like we've reconciled all the numbers, and now it's just a matter of going through those 20 to 25 line items and figuring it out.
On Saturday, the House passed Senate Bill 1, which would create a new fund outside the spending cap for early childhood education. West Hartford Democratic State Representative Katie Farrer spoke with WFSB Channel 3.
We're expanding spaces for so many that need care, and really just make sure that Connecticut is leading the way when it comes to supporting our families and creating more affordable and accessible childcare.
A bill that seeks to provide electric rate relief to state residents is expected to be either taken up by the House today or tomorrow. Republicans have put energy costs front and center on their legislative agenda, with Republican House Minority Leader Vin Candelora making it clear the bill must address PURA.
I think if it doesn't address the structure of PURA to make sure it is operating in a transparent way with a body of 5 making decisions, yes, I would block that bill.
And a new senior happiness index from caring.com ranks Utah as the happiest state for seniors with a score of 7.69 out of 10. The ranking considers factors like cost of living, life expectancy, health of residents over 60, and availability of senior centers. Other top states include Idaho, Connecticut, Delaware, and Nebraska. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes, Stamford through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. The Upper Merritt will save the most time right now. New Haven, 95 south, busy but moving through Long Wharf. Also on 95 south, accident reported near exit 55 at the on-ramp. And on 84 eastbound, plenty of company through Danbury to the Super 7. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A big warm-up by midweek for this evening and overnight. Mainly clear with a low in the low 50s. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the upper 70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warmer with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, back to all the fun and lunacy, and I say that as a loving Connecticut resident from the bottom of my pudgy little heart from the state capitol momentarily. Also coming up, our commuter pal, Jim Cameron, and the 4 o'clock hour. And Terry Cowgill talks about a piece he wrote regarding the recent pardon of former Governor John Rowland last week. So we'll get all that in and more, of course, any breaking news as well. But first, a return visit from one of our favorite contributors here to talk about a wild story that broke over the weekend. If you're following with some trepidation anything that's going on between Russia and Ukraine, and we've been doing this now for the better part of a couple, 3 years on this, an amazing job pulled off by Ukraine, apparently being able to blow up several Russian aircraft recently and keeping it very quiet until it happened. Joining us right now, CBS News military analyst and retired U.S. Army Colonel Jeff McCausland. Colonel, how are you, sir? Great to have you back. How are you?
Doing very well. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Well, thank you, Colonel. And man, explain this. I mean, this operation that the Ukraine did here on these Russian planes, this is something out of a Saturday movie, isn't it?
Yeah, this is extraordinary. It's sort of Mission Impossible 9 here. What they did was, and apparently it may have taken them as long as a year and a half to actually plan this particular operation, is they struck 5 different sites where the Russians have strategic bombers based. One in northern Russia, near Murmansk, up near the Arctic Circle. 2 in sort of central Russia, not terribly far from Moscow. And then 2 that are much farther out to the east and the far east of the Russian Federation. So several of these locations were literally thousands of miles from the Russian-Ukrainian border. What apparently they did is over time they were able to infiltrate trucks loaded with smaller quadcopter drones so they could get close to these particular sites and then launch those drones to attack these particular sites. Doing that in close proximity meant they could use smaller drones because they didn't have the range if they tried to launch them, from the Ukraine, number one. And number 2, obviously gained a certain amount of surprise in the attack in terms of Russian response and air defense. But the result was the destruction of up to, it suggested, 1/3 of the strategic bomber force of the Russian Federation.
Wow.
Literally billions of dollars of aircraft being destroyed, may have also damaged the Russian Northern Fleet headquarters in Murmansk. But consider the fact that the Ukrainians were employing drones. Some probably cost only a few $1,000s to manufacture. Let's say maybe $5,000. And they destroyed a $500 million airplane in the process, which is a ratio I think anybody would think was pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, and Colonel, like you said, we didn't see any evidence of Tom Cruise involved in this at all, did we? Did we? So
No.
let me ask you this then, from an operational point of view, and in your experience, I would think Ukraine may have had some intel help on this, whether it might have been, I don't know, you tell me, satellite imagery or stuff like that, because again, as you say, to get that deeply into Russian territory, would you say they must have had help or not?
I would say they must have had some kind of help inside the Russian Federation. There's no doubt about it. Now, many Ukrainians obviously speak Russian. Obviously, their appearance look like Russians. So their ability to infiltrate may have been fairly easy. At the same time, you would assume some kind of assistance occurred because they had to physically get these trucks with the drones into the Russian Federation and into Russia very, very deeply. In terms of the overall targeting, less certain. These were well-known bases. So, not a site that was not well-known. Everybody knows the Russians have a naval headquarters in Murmansk. That's no big surprise. But doing it very closely, like I said, allows you to gain a certain amount of surprise. So perhaps their air defense systems were not quite as ready to engage the aircraft as they were coming in. But I'm sure the Russians will make some accusations against the West, probably the United States, in terms of providing them intel and targeting information that facilitated the operation.
Amazing. Retired U.S. Army Colonel Jeff McCausland. Colonel, always a pleasure. Thank you, sir, and take care.
Take care.
Pretty appreciate it. There you go. How about that, folks? You read about this? And we thank once again Jeff McCausland, retired U.S. Army Colonel, with some insight on this. They were able to, the Ukrainian forces and whomever helped, I don't know, U.S., that's a theory of mine. I think a lot of the stuff Trump says here between the U.S. and Ukraine and Russia, a lot of this is a head fake. I think there's a lot going on behind the scenes here. So they got they got a whole bunch of these relatively low-cost, small drones, and they got them on trucks, got them into Russia. I mean, this is right out of a movie. Got them into Russia, got them deep enough into Russian territory while still maintaining electronic control of them. And then basically, you take a drone that costs a few $1,000, maybe a variant of which you and I could buy. You pack them with explosives, and they took out 1/3 of Russia's strategic bombers with small drones. Wow, that is some freaky deaky stuff.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes, Stamford through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through the Upper Merritt will save the most time right now. New Haven, 95 south, busy but moving through Long Wharf. Also on 95 south, accident reported near exit 55 at the on-ramp. And on 84 eastbound, plenty of company through Danbury to the Super 7. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
Sunny sky the rest of this afternoon. Otherwise clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Sunny and warmer on Wednesday with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Voice your opinion on the voice of Connecticut. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Our friend, our compatriot here, Megan Portfolio, who will be with us tomorrow. We have Megan on with us every Tuesday in the 5 o'clock hour with her blog at the Yankee Institute, the Hartford Portfolio. I was chatting back and forth with Megan over the weekend because, unlike me, who was just curled up in bed snoring as much as I love sleeping. Oh, that's my time to recharge over the weekend. But Megan was working hard, as I mentioned, looking at all these bills, and she was watching CTN on multiple screens, and she picked up on something that was said by New London Democratic State Senator Martha Marks. And she let loose with a doozy. Now, a lot of you folks who work construction out there in Connecticut, I want you to pay attention to this because, and I'm just going to read you her quote that you may not have picked up on because you actually have a life, unlike me who actually follows this stuff 24/7, 365. And you could accuse me of being right-wing, and I know I'm overdue for a call from anybody who says my boy Trump or my man Trump. And that usually comes when I'm making too good of a point, but I digress. So I make these points. I actually read to you what is now on the legislative record here in the state, what was broadcast on CTN, what is in the transcript, and yet you get mad at me and you trump this and trump that. No. Listen to this. During Friday night's Senate debate on that big omnibus housing bill, Martha Marks, M-A-R-X, Martha Marks, Democrat, New London, offered a revealing defense of a provision in the bill that steers taxpayer-backed bonding toward union pension-financed housing developments. I told you about that last week. There's a carve-out in this housing bill that the governor says he's going to sign that basically sets up a housing business for unions. Must be nice, right? Now, you listen to this, you guys and gals who may be construction workers, God bless you, but may not be in a union for whatever reason. That's none of my business. She said some of the biggest corruption of our workforce is the non-union construction workers. In an argument saying that only union-built housing ensures proper wages, safety, and treatment. I'll read that again. Quote, some of the biggest corruption of our workforce is the non-union construction workers. Senator Rob Sampson, Republican Wolcott, pushed back, noting that corrupt might be a little bit of a strong word, and offered Senator Marks, who I understand did not distinguish herself over the weekend. Some folks told me, hey, off the record, I'm not liking what I'm hearing here. So our buddy Rob Sampson said, Senator, with all due respect, do you want to clarify what you just said about construction workers who are not in a union? All right. Here's what she said. She said, well, corrupt might be a strong word. But she said, quote, here's the direct quote, I know that often when non-union workers are working construction sites, they're not paying for workers' compensation. They're not paying for the same wages that union workers would get, and they don't have the same safety standards. A lot of safety concerns are cut, and I believe union work is safer and pays better. Okay, that's the end of what she says. This is me talking now, not her. I'm not implying anybody said this. Hey, Senator, do you think some of that is to do with illegals? Do you think, folks, when you see all this construction work being done in neighborhoods, how many of those workers do you think are citizens? Come on. Can we be honest here? Now, again, what's Martha Marks's background? Oh, it was recently in 2024. She served as president of AFT Connecticut, Local 5119, a union representing healthcare workers. Now, she's no longer in leadership there, but I guess, as our friend Megan writes, her loyalty remains intact. And I was talking about this with somebody the other day here at Connoisseur. We're talking about what's happening on our shows, and this person said to me, who will remain nameless, how is it that people with obvious conflicts of interest here can serve in the General Assembly and not only serve, because that's probably okay, anybody can get elected, but then can have purvey and sway on matters where a lot of people would say, hey, that's a conflict of interest. I said, well, we don't have laws like they do in other states, designed to prevent that. I mean, why do you think everything that comes out of the Labor Committee was pro-union or slanted away from companies? Because the committee chair, Julie Kushner, used to work for, ding, 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 the UAW. Again, in principle, I don't care who works for whom, as long as it's legal. But come on, ask yourselves this. And I'm saying just be honest with yourselves. Do you think anybody in any General Assembly, Democrat or Republican, in Connecticut or any other state, who once had an active role with a legitimate trade union, should be able to vote yay or nay on any union law? Come on. When Senator Sampson questioned her, Senator Marks struggled to provide basic facts of how the financing would work. This is a reference to that union giveaway in the housing law. When pressed on whether the program involved a 50-50 match between a union's investment and state dollars, as claimed in the House debate, she explained, quote, each contract is about the developer, adding, quote, it depends on each project. Which is why a lot of people, when they take a close look at this housing bill, Even some Democrats voted no on this. I'll tell you how each Senate member voted coming up on next hour. But there are even some people on the Democratic side saying, hey, this is a little bit of a giveaway to developers here, because who do you think is going to build all this? I'm using air quotes now, affordable housing. Who's going to build this? Of course, developers like this. Well, we're working with developers to bring affordable housing to Connecticut. You're bringing a handful of units, maybe. No developer worth his or her salt is going to come marching in over the border near 287 and the Tappan Zee Bridge, heading down 287 to 95. Welcome to Connecticut. Nobody's going to be coming over the mountaintop on a white steed to say, hey, my driving force is to help people in Connecticut get affordable housing. No, nor should they be. The bottom line in this housing bill is a lot of it is a giveaway to developers. Because remember, developers have to build this stuff. The state is not building this housing. You don't think there are developers on top of each other, crawling over each other to try and build 900 so-called affordable housing units in Greenwich without getting their piece of the pie on top of that? Come on. You're not that naive, are you? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I mean, people are so naive about this housing bill, but I understand. The Dems figure they had to do something. Although, not every Dem agreed with that. We'll tell you about that coming up right here, right now. First, traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes, Stamford through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through the Upper Merritt will save the most time right now. New Haven, 95 south, busy but moving through Long Wharf. Also on 95 south, accident reported near exit 55 at the on-ramp. And on 84 eastbound, plenty of company through Danbury to the Super 7. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
A big warm-up by midweek for this evening and overnight. Mainly clear with a low in the low 50s. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the upper 70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warmer with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
And now a no-frills ad brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Here it is. You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's it. See? Just a good old-fashioned, straightforward ad. See if you could save at Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, you're going to have to get used to saying something new and something different. Now, old guys like me, we still say the Hartford Civic Center. I know you've caught me several times doing that. Hey, I went to a great game at the Civic Center. UConn and Quinnipiac. No, Paul, no. It's the XL Center. Well, guess what? It's the XL Center. No more. I was just getting ready to solidify my ability to call it the XL Center. But a new announcement came out earlier today. The building in the beautiful section of downtown Hartford there. I go back to the days of who doesn't go back to Chuck's Steakhouse? You went up there to watch the Whale, maybe Whalers Rangers, Whalers Bruins, Whalers and Les Canadiens, eh? To get the playoff game tonight up there with the boys, eh? It's not the Civic Center anymore. It's not the XL Center. The People's Bank Arena. So there you go. So that's I've got to learn that now. So if you start to hear, well, People's Bank, huh? People's Bank Arena, no. That is the what you and I used to call the Hartford Civic Center. So there you go. I guess they're getting together with the Oak View Group, which I guess either owns or is running the Civics. Here I go. See that? That was not done for effect. They actually either own or run the arena, and there you go. So we'll see what happens. The arena is having a huge renovation now. See, they keep pouring money into the, don't say it, Paul, don't say Civic Center, into the People's Bank Arena, because the state's between a rock and a hard place on that. It would cost entirely too much to bulldoze the place and rebuild it. You're talking way more than the building cost, way more, scads more. So now to keep it viable every 3 to 5 years, here comes another improvement project there, and it's okay if for nothing more than the psyche of Connecticut. I guess it's okay.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Federal charges have been filed in the weekend attack in Boulder, Colorado that left 8 people injured. They were rallying in support of hostages held in Gaza. Correspondent Matt Piper reports.
The Justice Department has filed federal charges against the man police say threw a makeshift flamethrower and Molotov cocktails that burned multiple people. The DOJ says Mohammed Salman is being charged with a federal hate crime in addition to facing state charges for attempted murder in Colorado. Investigators say the 45-year-old yelled "Free Palestine" during the attack.
CBS's Nicole Skanga on the security concerns raised by the attack in the aftermath of the killing of 2 Israeli embassy workers in Washington.
There has been a lot of discussion here in Washington, D.C. among lawmakers about what's called the Nonprofit Security Grant Program. That is a program that provides funding to synagogues, to churches, to temples in order to bolster actual physical security, things like fences, cameras. That funding was frozen under the Trump administration until about 2 weeks ago, and it has since restarted.
Stacey Lynn reports the Supreme Court decided against weighing in on a case over assault weapons bans.
The justices declined to decide whether Maryland's ban on semi-automatic rifles such as AR-15s violates the Second Amendment's right to bear arms.
The argument's being made that, frankly, AR-15s are totally outside the scope of the Second Amendment. They didn't exist.
But legal analyst Lori Levinson says we will continue to see this fight regarding the Constitution.
And to what extent jurisdictions can put bans on what they consider to be particularly dangerous weapons or large capacity magazines.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
The White House said today that trade talks between President Trump and China's president could come any day. Correspondent Nancy Cordes is at the White House.
Several White House officials have said now that they expect that President Trump and President Xi will speak at some point this week. They say there's a willingness to speak, but they won't give us a date or a time.
CBS News correspondent Rob Marciano reports there's a giant plume of dust heading across the Atlantic from Africa's Sahara Desert.
It's over Puerto Rico. Actually, air quality issues are poor there. It'll probably come over South Florida as well over the next couple of days. So it brings its own issues. But the good news with the dust, it does knock down hurricane activity.
Hurricane season began yesterday as wildfires continue burning in Canada. The problem across the northern tier of the U.S. is smoke and haze. On Wall Street at the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial's up 35 points. This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But what if you could get both? Why not? Especially when it comes to health care, and that is MediShare. You get both. Many families save $500 a month with MediShare, and that's huge, but it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied, too. And we know this from research of members. There's a lot they like about MediShare, but especially they love being part of something they believe in. And MediShare works, too. It has for more than 30 years. There are hundreds of thousands of members who love having telehealth if they need it. They love the huge PPO network. So, yeah, really, you could save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or you're part of the gig economy or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price in 2 minutes. Here's the number. Call 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
After hours of tense debate, the state Senate has passed the controversial housing bill 5002. Democrats have been moving on this issue to reform housing legislation. They say this bill will help the state address housing shortages. Bridgeport Democratic State Representative Antonio Felipe spoke with WTNH-TV News 8.
We just want to make sure that we are doing smart development. We want to make sure that we are converting some of our commercial properties that haven't been used in a long time and building out more of a robust housing stock across the board, not just affordable.
However, state Republicans have taken issue with the bill for not only its content, but also the method in which Democrats managed to pass it. After beginning as a small bill funding a study on homelessness, HB 5002 was dramatically amended after it passed through the committees into its current state. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong criticized the lack of transparency in the process.
This is a real bypassing of transparency and accountability and respect for process. And on a housing bill that is going to have so much significant impact.
Governor Ned Lamont has indicated that he will sign it into law.
There's about 800 more bills that needs to be passed by both the House and the Senate. And then there's a budget that will take a whole day. There are a lot of bills that are not going to get called.
The Connecticut legislature is in its final push before adjournment of its regular session Wednesday night at midnight. As just heard from Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong, lawmakers still have not completed their primary job, which is to approve a budget package for the 2-year fiscal period that begins July 1st. Democratic House Speaker Matt Ritter told WTNH-TV News 8 that approval should happen within the next day.
I don't know, Monday, maybe Tuesday. On the spending side, it looks like we've reconciled all the numbers, and now it's just a matter of going through those 20 to 25 line items and figuring it out.
On Saturday, the House passed Senate Bill 1, which would create a new fund outside the spending cap for early childhood education. West Hartford Democratic State Representative Katie Farrer spoke with WFSB Channel 3.
We're expanding spaces for so many that need care and really just make sure that Connecticut is leading the way when it comes to supporting our families and creating more affordable and accessible child care.
A bill that seeks to provide electric rate relief to state residents is expected to be taken up by the House today or tomorrow. Republicans have put energy costs front and center on their legislative agenda, with Republican House Minority Leader Vin Candelora making it clear the bill must address PURA.
I think if it doesn't address the structure of PURA to make sure it is operating in a transparent way with a body of 5, making decisions, yes, I would block that bill.
And a new senior happiness index from caring.com ranks Utah as the happiest state for seniors with a score of 7.69 out of 10. The ranking considers factors like cost of living, life expectancy, health of residents over 60, and availability of senior centers. Other top states include Idaho, Connecticut, Delaware, and Nebraska. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. The Upper Merritt will save you the most time. Wilbur Cross, we have police activity reported in Hamden on the north side of the West Rock Tunnel. Has delays in both directions between exit 59 and exit 60. And in New Haven, 95, busy, but moving through Long Wharf and West Haven. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny sky the rest of this afternoon. Otherwise clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Sunny and warmer on Wednesday with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So the fine men and women of the majority party in Hartford on this Monday say, yeah, it looks like we may take up the budget in the next day or two. They have to gavel out on Wednesday. This is insane. This is moronic, and this is not a partisan thing. It's just not. It's the way it is. This happens every 2 years, and it drives me nuts. In what part of the real world, and maybe there's your answer, Paul, maybe you expect some form of reality here, but in what part of the real world do we expect 151 adults in one chamber and 36 adults in another chamber? Do we expect them to get a cogent, reasoned take on a document that is going to spend right around, I don't know, $56 billion over 2 years? And we expect them to do that when the document is dropped, I don't know, a few hours ago. My contact in Hartford said she got it in her inbox between midnight and 7 a.m. This is nuts. This is an insult. And I know it happens every 2 years. This is nothing new. I get it. And I say the same thing every 2 years. This is an insult to every taxpayer in Connecticut, old or young, left or right, Democrat, Republican, or Independent. It is. How would you feel if you were, and let me use before we have Chris read some of these responses to my question here, how would you feel if you were a shareholder of a company that was looking to make a $56 or $57 billion transaction, and you knew that the CEO or the board of directors, whatever, and they got the financials a day and a half or 2 days before they were going to make a decision on this? That wouldn't happen in the private sector, but that is the problem. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Our buddy, our pal Jim Cameron is coming up next. But if you want to chime in on this later in the hour, 333-9422, talk or text. Basic question I asked here is, should Connecticut adopt a full-time legislature, General Assembly, to avoid last-minute budgets and legislation that's jammed through on deadline? I think that's the epitome of, as many a politician has told me over the years, sausage making. Chris, what do we have for people answering my astute question?
No, says Dave. They do enough damage in the short time they're there. Eric says running a state is a part-time job. Things are starting to make sense now. Marcello says what, and pay more taxes? Paul says, no, deadlines encourage infighting, which produces the best results. I like the citizen legislature. And Chuck says yes.
All right. Look, this, and God bless me, the idea, yes, we have a citizen legislature, but please understand, as our good friend Chris Caruso pointed out the other day, part of the reason we have these deadlines goes back to, as it does with Congress, an agrarian age where a lot of the people in Congress were farmers. I get that. I understand that. I last time I checked, I didn't find a wheat farmers caucus anywhere in Hartford.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Experience the future of primary care right in the palm of your hand. With Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you'll get expert primary care anytime from the comfort of home. Connect with a virtual provider and concierge team who know your medical history. Use HHC 24/7 for acute illnesses to manage your medications, chronic conditions, specialty referrals, and more. All major insurance plans are accepted. Text HHC 247 to 85209 to download the app and never wait again for care with Hartford Healthcare.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
If you've been injured in an accident and you're dealing with the pain and suffering from injuries, as well as the unexpected financial burden, you need an attorney by your side. You need Ganem Injury Lawyers. Attorney George Ganem has helped clients involved in news-making tragedies to clients who've been quietly struggling and suffering after an accident. No matter the case or the injury, you don't have to go at it alone. Ganem Injury Lawyers will fight for the justice and compensation you deserve. Don't wait. GanemInjuryLawyers.com or call 203-713-8383.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free. So it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. The Upper Merritt will save you the most time. Wilbur Cross, we have police activity reported in Hamden on the north side of the West Rock Tunnel. Has delays in both directions between exit 59 and exit 60. And in New Haven, 95, busy but moving through Long Wharf and West Haven. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A big warm-up by midweek for this evening and overnight. Mainly clear with a low in the low 50s. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the upper 70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warmer with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Listen while you're at work at voiceofct.com. Now back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, let's talk about something here. We'll get back to open phones momentarily at 333-9422, 333-WICC. Let's talk about something that has driven me nuts for years. And I know people that do this. And I'm all for operating within the limits of any law, as long as the law is reasonably passed and you're adhering to it, okay. But we have a big problem with this issue, even though the laws were passed and stand as they are. Our buddy, our pal, Jim Cameron, Talking Transportation, is the regular column. You see it in numerous places, including the Connecticut Mirror, and also Mr. Cameron's own blogspot, which is talkingtransportation.blogspot.com, many other sites. Jim, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. And yourself?
I'm getting along, Jim. Like I always say, I think it's too late for law school, so I'll just ride this one out as long as I can. Jim, thank you for this. This is a great column about what you call license plate fraud. This is not new, Jim, and I've been talking about this for years, and there are people who try and game the system here. And as you say, it's costing money. It's costing the state a lot of money.
Yeah, and we're not talking about those people that put special lenses on their license plates or alter the plates. I mean, that's a more recent tax avoidance scheme. What we're talking about is people who register their cars out of state. They live in Connecticut, but for some reason they're driving around with Vermont or Maine or New York plates because it costs less to register the car in those locations. And importantly, they don't pay the property tax to their Connecticut municipality. Now, I spoke with an expert on this who is a town tax assessor, president of the state association, and she estimates there's something like $1 billion a year that's being lost in tax revenue by the towns and the cities because of this. And the problem is that no one is enforcing it. I spoke to the commissioner of the Department of Motor Vehicles, and he said, Jimmy, we don't have the people to do that. We just register the cars. We're not
don't look at us.
Division. Yeah. So the only way these people get caught is if, one, a neighbor maybe makes a discreet phone call.
A snitch.
Town hall.
You can say snitch. Go ahead. We'll allow that. Yeah, go ahead. All right.
Well, but snitches get stitches. I mean, you can report this anonymously in most cases.
Yes.
As I say, a discreet phone call to town hall, to the tax assessor, and say, you might want to check out Sally Smith, who lives up the street, because her car is parked there all the time, and she's got plates from Montana.
I know.
Now, Montana, apparently you can get plates on your car from Montana without ever going to Montana.
Wait,
or having any intention of going to Montana.
You can get them mailed to you?
Oh, yeah. And apparently Maine also will do this for you. Now, we're sharing information here on how to game the system. I hope you're writing this down at home, you home players here. Maine, Montana, and a couple other states. Maine will send them to you. They promise it within like 48 hours. There are agencies up there that will do that for you. Now, this is not what is legal, which is called tax avoidance. This is tax evasion because you are breaking the law and you are costing other people in your community money. If you went into a store and you saw somebody stealing something from the store, you might, maybe you'd say something, maybe you'd just kind of chuckle. But you got to know that the price of everything you're buying in that store is going to go up because someone else is ripping them off. Same thing with this. If somebody in your neighborhood or your city is using out-of-state plates, that means that your property tax is going to be higher because they're not paying this property tax themselves. This is a problem. I mean, apparently in Bridgeport, they have done some, they've gone around, they've hired a third party to drive around with license plate readers. It's not Bridgeport. I take it back. It was Danbury.
Okay.
They found 8,000 cars in Danbury that were being registered out of state. Stamford caught about that same number, 8,000 cars, and that brought in an additional $1.3 million to the city of Stamford.
And, Jim, in the times we're in, I know there are people probably now, Jim Cameron, hearing, there's that Cameron guy again. There's Paul, blah, 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 the do-gooders. No, because, Jim, we're in a time here where, would you say, 1-point-something million for Danbury? How many teaching jobs would that have saved? Or would that have saved a music program at one of the elementary schools? I mean, this is how I think you have to think about this stuff. And you're right. There is a difference between legally using tax strategies, and maybe you do live in a certain spot where this is technically legal, versus essentially stealing money. I'll say that, if not you. Yeah.
Yep. Now there are some people who are fortunate enough, perhaps, to live 6 months out of the year in Florida or someplace warm. And if you live 6 months and 1 day in any location, you can register your car in that state. So
Mhm.
these people drive around with Florida plates
Mhm.
up here in Connecticut, and they'll go, yeah, but I'm a legal Florida resident. And yes, they are. But if they drive that same car for 90 days anywhere in Connecticut, they also have to pay the property tax here. Keep your Florida plates if you want to,
Yeah.
but you still got to pay your pound of flesh. You still got to pay your property tax, your fair share, because you're living in the community. You're taking advantage of the fire department, the police department, the school system, etc. So I just wish there was a little more enforcement on this by our Department of Motor Vehicles. But they're kind of like throwing their hands up in the air and kind of going, it's not our job. We don't have the staff to be able to do that.
Yeah, and I remember, Jim, years ago, well before I worked here for the second time, I was at another station up in Hamden, and I think I remember that time the Hamden police and some other police departments in the state, and maybe this is where they get these numbers from, they actually were kind of just circling parking lots. I remember jotting down or taking photos of people with, okay, it's Hamden, what's a Montana plate or a South Dakota plate doing there? So, yeah, my inkling, Jim Cameron, is, maybe it is a manpower thing, but you would think that even with minimal return on investment here, they may want to do something, or is this, I don't know, they just don't want to ruffle feathers? I don't know, because like you say, the money numbers are pretty daunting here.
Yeah, and the people that have been caught by private companies hired by cities. And what they do is they literally drive around at night, okay? And they have license plate readers on their cars. And they keep track of this. And if they see the same car, with out-of-state plates in the same driveway over the course of 90 days, bingo, they can collect on it. Now some people actually have a garage, or they park their car way hidden up in the back so you can't see it from the street.
Yeah.
But these private companies are bringing in big money for the cities, but they're keeping almost half of that money for themselves.
Yeah.
That's a heck of a finder's fee there. And that's another teacher's salary or two. That's another library that doesn't have to get closed. So why are we paying private companies $1 million+ to do the job that the DMV could be doing rather more efficiently, perhaps?
Absolutely. TalkingTransportation.blogspot.com. Also, the Connecticut Mirror and other locations. Read Jim's piece. It's very good on license plate fraud. We're not talking about people who do things legally, but people who are actually breaking a law. Jim Cameron. Jim, always good to chat with you, my friend. Stay safe. 2 hands on the wheel, and we'll talk, okay?
Absolutely. See you in Montana, man.
Yes. Thanks, Jim. Now, Jim, it's the Mississippi plates that are going on next week. And by the way, I know a lot of you people are probably out there saying, well, they can go outside with license plate readers. Yes, they can. Once you step outside, or once you have a vehicle that's in your possession that you have put license plates on, at least one plate. Connecticut's not a 2-plate state. It used to be. It's a 1-plate state now. That a license plate reader, as the law reads, does not violate your privacy.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound plan on an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. The Upper Merritt will save you the most time. Wilbur Cross, we have police activity reported in Hamden on the north side of the West Rock Tunnel. Has delays in both directions between exit 59 and exit 60. And in New Haven, 95 busy but moving through Long Wharf and West Haven. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny sky the rest of this afternoon. Otherwise clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Sunny and warmer on Wednesday with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Connecticut paid leave, making time for life's most important moments.
To recover from illness or injury.
To give your employees peace of mind.
to welcome home an active duty service member,
to help a loved one get better,
to get help for your mental health,
to welcome a new addition to your family,
to leave an unsafe home.
Learn more about accessing the benefits of Connecticut Paid Leave. Visit ctpaidleave.org.
Experience unparalleled customer satisfaction at Sono Collision, where our excellence in service meets top-notch repair to restore your beloved vehicles. When you choose us, you're choosing supreme expertise that ensures flawless results. Be it minor dent or major damage, our skilled team breathes life back into your car. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's ALL to 321-321.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The FBI says the suspect in yesterday's attack in Boulder, Colorado, told police he'd planned it for a year. The group was supporting hostages in Gaza. Jonathan Greenblatt of the Anti-Defamation League.
We understand these people in their mid-50s to their late 80s, one of whom is a Holocaust survivor. So God willing, they will all recuperate and be okay, although two of them, I'm told, are in critical condition.
White House spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt says President Trump is open to an invitation by Turkey to hold three-way peace talks with Russian and Ukrainian leaders.
The president has said he's open to it if it comes to that, but he wants both of these leaders and both sides to sit down at the table together. And we saw them do that at the urging of President Trump today.
Trump could talk with China's president this week about tariffs. Correspondent Weijia Jiang.
Since the beginning, they have said in order to get this particular deal done, this country, it has to be leader to leader.
CBS News Brief. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A miraculous rescue was made after a small plane crashed and sank off Connecticut Sunday morning in Long Island Sound. The Piper PA-32 went down near Thimble Islands about 10 minutes after it took off from Bridgeport. Leading up to the crash, the pilot issued a desperate call for help and was told to make an emergency landing at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport, but couldn't make it.
Ground, I just got word that there's an emergency inbound for runway 2. 2 souls on board. That's all the information I have right now.
The two people on board were pulled from the plane and the water with just minor injuries. Trent Gulliford from the U.S. Coast Guard told NBC that a civilian boat assisted in the rescue.
It took us about 15 minutes to get on scene, and once we did, a Good Samaritan vessel spotted the two people in the water, and we went up alongside them and helped them get out of the water. When we pulled them out of the water, they were conscious and able, and we were talking with them, and then we brought them to EMS for further evaluation.
Protesters gathered Saturday at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport to rally against Avello Airlines running deportation flights for ICE. The protest was held outside the main gate of Tweed. It was one of several protest events held nationwide against Avello and its decision to transport illegal immigrants from the country for ICE. The group says in the first 16 days of the contract, Avello flew 85 flights for ICE to locations that include Guatemala and Honduras. A runway at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport is open again after being closed for about 40 minutes this morning due to a disabled aircraft. Airport officials said there were no injuries and the damage to the plane was described as minor. It's unclear how it became disabled. Smoke from Canadian wildfires could affect Connecticut this week. The jet stream is likely to carry smoke currently over the Great Lakes and the Midwest to the east. NBC Connecticut reported forecasters said the smoke could arrive here by midweek. Poor air quality can affect the health of people with respiratory conditions, lung, and heart disease. Security has been increased at the Brass Mill Center Mall in Waterbury after a mass shooting there last week. 5 people were hurt in the shooting at the mall, with all suffering injuries that are not life-threatening. Waterbury Police Chief Fernando Spagnolo says the department and mall security have had discussions about ways to make the facility safer. The department has agreed to conduct site assessments and provide recommendations for security enhancements. A 14-year-old boy has been arrested after he allegedly was found with a gun equipped with a high-capacity ammunition magazine in Stamford. Police say the unidentified juvenile was arrested at his home in Stamford's West Side last week. The boy is a student at West Hill High School. Police say the boy was known to carry the gun on the streets, but it's not clear whether he brought the weapon to school. A Bridgeport firefighter remains on active duty following her arrest last week in Southington. Shprisa Bungu is charged with a felony count of risk of injury to a minor, along with a misdemeanor charge of disorderly conduct. Bridgeport officials say they are aware of the arrest and are investigating the matter. Connecticut Democratic U.S. Senator Chris Murphy says President Donald Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill will kill Americans. Here's Murphy on CNN's State of the Union.
When you lose your health care, you are much more at risk of early death. When rural hospitals close because of this bill, when drug treatment clinics close in Iowa and rural America because of this bill, more people will die at a younger age.
Democrats say the White House is trying to cut Medicaid and other social safety nets by billions of dollars. Republicans say they are much-needed reforms to the programs that will cut the deficit. The city of Bridgeport is ranked 88th on a list of the healthiest and unhealthiest cities in America. The only other Connecticut community on the list of 182 cities is New Haven, ranked 106th. The survey from the financial website WalletHub.com based its rankings on factors ranging from the cost of medical visits and fruit and vegetable consumption to share of physically active adults. San Francisco is the healthiest city, according to the survey. And the Atlantic hurricane season is here. There are normally 14 named storms during the 6-month period that begins on June 1st, including 3 major hurricanes. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration says it expects between 13 and 19 named storms this year, and that up to 10 of them could become hurricanes. It expects at least 3 of them to become major hurricanes with winds topping 110 miles per hour. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 southbound crash between exit 61 and exit 60 as things backing up into North Haven. Northbound, you have onlooking delays as well. Lower Fairfield County, 95 north. Plan on an hour and 10 from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt will save you the most time. And 84 eastbound, busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Ange Krause with WICC Traffic.
A big warm-up by midweek for this evening and overnight. Mainly clear with a low in the low 50s. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the upper 70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warmer with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Ask Alexa to play WICC.
Playing WICC.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9.
The voice of Connecticut.
All right, back to open phones just a bit. Thank you to Chris Williams there. Local stuff on WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM online, voiceofct.com. Talking a lot about the budget process. In the middle of that is Trumbull GOP State Rep Dave Retigliano, who's here to give us an update as to what's going on. Dave, good afternoon, sir. Good to have you back. How are you?
Good afternoon, Paul. I'm coming to you from the Golden Dome.
And what is the state of decorum there, Mr. Ritigliano, between the men and women who are crafting, I guess, sausage here, as they say that lawmaking is? But give us an update on this on this budget bill, which I guess, Dave, as usual, gets dropped near the end of the whole process here.
Well, the sausage has been made. It came out this morning at 3:54. So via the 12-hour rule to actually read it, we have till 4 o'clock this afternoon, and we're about to take up the budget that will obliterate all our safety nets, our fiscal guardrails, and our spending caps.
How much of this, Dave? Now, I know different lawmakers work at different speeds, but how do you deal with something that's given to you that I hear is about 700 pages or so, knowing that you have to vote on this in about a day and a half here? I mean, to me, on the surface, that, and most of my callers are saying, well, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, we have a team of people, including legislators, that sit there and they comb over every section, or they'll divide up sections just so they could tell what's in it. Because it's not just the budget, which is sort of the spending document. It comes with an implementer, which is a big document to implement the budget. And lots of legislation gets put into the implementer that didn't get passed by the House, stuff that couldn't get through, too controversial, or they ran out of time, or they just don't feel like having a debate about it on the floor. They'll stick it into the implementer.
Yeah, so that's it, and Dave, that's interesting, and I stress that to my listeners here. So it's weird here in Connecticut. There is an implementer, as you say, which is essentially the keys to the car, and they actually hide stuff in there. And I know you may not want to use the term, but you hear the colloquialism of rats, and you're looking for those rats right now, I would assume.
Yeah, so some of them are just overt bills that they put in the implementer that you could read. They're easily visible. But yes, there are rats, which are usually a half a sentence, a little sentence, something buried in lines 3,000, whatever, that nobody knows about till after it passes. And then all of a sudden, surprise, this was in the budget. Usually they're favors. If you look at this budget, it's got earmarks galore.
Really?
We're giving money to Bangladeshi, whatever, and a Pakistani Doctors Association. And you name it. We're paying off the lunch debt for 2 towns in eastern Connecticut that were probably used to buy some senator's vote. There's about 40 of these in particular items that are in there that you get to go through. There is some legislation that's in there. The big controversial SB2, which was the big AI bill the governor swore that he didn't want to pass and he was going to veto, is actually in the implementer. So either he agreed to it or he rolled over. Not really sure. He's turned out to be a lot squishier than we thought he was going to be.
So wait, Dave. The AI bill is in the implementer?
It's in the implementer. Yeah, not the entire bill, but certain parts of the bill. Section 2 of the bill is in the implementer. I find it odd because the governor was so adamantly against it, and then all of a sudden, here it goes. There is some chatter up here of how that might have happened, but some convenient poll came out last week and had the governor down 10 points. We don't really know who paid or commissioned the poll, but he seems to have heeded the warning of the 52% approval rating.
And again, Dave Ritigliano is the guest at Trumbull, a Republican state rep. And Dave, it's interesting now because he, at least what I was hearing from him publicly, I haven't spoken to him, but this is the guy that was walking around saying, hey, I don't like this because of my business background, and this is the kind of thing that high tech is going to see and not like Connecticut. But you say at least part of it's in there now. Shocking.
Part of it's in there. Listen, you have to give the governor credit for one thing. Since he got elected, he has been the beneficiary of some of the best financial decisions Connecticut's made in 3 generations.
Yeah.
The 2017 bipartisan budget has paid so many dividends. We've paid off so much debt. We have record surpluses. We did a massive tax decrease a couple of years ago for people. And in one swoop, or one poll, or one session, or one election that went the wrong way last November for Connecticut, they are undoing everything we've done. They are eviscerating the fiscal guardrails. They're adding billions of dollars in new taxes and spending. Connecticut will never be the same. It will go back to the era of Malloy. 3-4 years from now, they'll be talking about how we're running out of money and we're going to have to raise taxes.
And Dave, finally, do you think the governor will stand his ground here and veto that bill and go against the bill that would pay private industry striking workers, pay them unemployment? Do you think he will stand firm on that?
You know, he said that he's going to veto it, but I have to be honest with you, Paul. After reading this budget and all the things that are in here that he swore he wouldn't do, I would be very concerned. And we don't go against the employees. It's not about the employees. It's about that fund. It's taken us 10 years to get that unemployment fund where it's solvent enough to take care of people if they lose their job. Because in 07 and 08, we had to borrow $1 billion from the federal government just to cover our current unemployment. And that caused a lot of problems. So for them to even consider dipping into that fund for anything but the fact that people lose their job through no circumstance of their own is offensive to a lot of people.
All right, Dave, now prepare for the next few hours. Be good. Make sure you carb up. Make sure you hydrate there. Stay safe in the under the Golden Dome. All right, Dave?
Thank you, sir. Have a great afternoon. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
Oh, no, that's all right. Dave, always good to hear from you. State Rep Dave Vertigliano from Trumbull. So there you go. So the budget's basically done, but listen to what he said there. Interesting that as far as he determines that part of that AI bill, and if you don't know what the AI bill is, it's Connecticut trying to get out front, regulating AI. The state of Connecticut should not be regulating AI. They shouldn't. So the governor up front was correct about this. When you start telling industry that may use AI, hey, you can't, we're coming out proactively, guess where those businesses are going to go? They're not going to come here. Not to mention they may look at the electric rates that they'll have to pay if they're really setting up these data and AI centers. My God. So that's interesting what our friend Dave Vertigliano said. Was the governor a little spooked by that University of New Hampshire survey that only gave him a 52% approval rating and only put his approval for re-election to between 36 and 39%? Now, you have to ask yourself those numbers. If he moves to the left here with that budget, do those numbers help him or do they possibly hurt him?
We know we're supposed to be getting ready for retirement, but it's so complicated we're just not sure how. And that's exactly why David Gagnon of First Financial Planners is on the radio.
It comes down to education. Knowledge is power. And the one percenters, the very wealthy out there, are in that category because they did things differently.
Every week, David cuts through another layer of that confusion, making retirement planning something we can all understand. Tune in for Mastering Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. Find out more at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks overcame some early morning weakness despite concerns about a doubling of tariffs on steel and aluminum, but a rollback, at least a pause, I should say, in some tariffs on Chinese goods as President Trump and President Xi prepare to talk later in the week. At the end of the day, after falling more than 100 points, the Dow picked up 35 to 42,305. S&P up 24.25, extending its May winning streak into June to 59.35. NVIDIA leading the NASDAQ higher by 0.2% or nearly 129 points. to 19,242. Despite softness in manufacturing reported this morning, 10-year note yield climbed to 4.44%. The dollar hit a multi-year low, down broadly against key foreign currencies. Geopolitical risk rising between Ukraine and Russia and elsewhere in the world, pushing oil up $237 to $63.16 a barrel, while gold jumped above $3,400 an ounce, up almost $90 on the day.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 southbound, crash between exit 61 and exit 60 has things backing up into North Haven. Northbound, you have onlooking delays as well. Lower Fairfield County, 95 north. Plan on an hour and 10 from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt will save you the most time. And 84 eastbound, busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Ange Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny sky the rest of this afternoon. Otherwise clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Sunny and warmer on Wednesday with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Let's get back to the conversation. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, 203-333-9422. If you want to listen to any of our interviews, once again, including that we just concluded with Trumbull Republican State Rep Dave Ritigliano trying to hold down the fort there with the outnumbered, outmanned, outgunned Republican state legislators. You can check that out with the podcast that we post at the Voice of CT page on Facebook. Also at our website, voiceofct.com. That is so frustrating. What Dave Ritigliano said, not because of him saying it, but what we hear every year. Understand, folks, there is this, again, this is this other oddity in Connecticut where we have what's called an implementer bill, which is another racket. It's a setup. It's a scam. Other states, I'm sure, pass budgets and they sign and the governor gavels, their legislature closed or whatever, moving on to the next stuff, and they put the budget in place. Here in Connecticut, we have something called an implementer. Well, you said I have a new car. No, but the implementer is the key. And even though it's a procedural bill, it's a bunch of crap. And what the implementer is used for is to hide stuff in there that was too contentious during the regular session where, if some of the majority voted for it or against it, it would be held against them on the next round of elections. So what the implementer is an incumbent protection bill, where, as Dave said, he suspects there is part of that AI bill that the governor said he initially didn't want. He, quite properly, being a guy with a big business and investment background, again, he walks among people that probably say, hey, Governor, hey, Ned, what are your people doing there? You can't sign this. And Dave brings up a good point. Did that poll shake them up a little bit? We're talking about that University of New Hampshire poll where Ned Lamont you're still above 50%. But still, in a blue state like Connecticut, you would have thought he would have been near the morning consult number that we always talk about, 62, 63%. But if it really is just barely above 50%, maybe, and I broke down some of the numbers. I don't have the poll with me. It's on my desk. A lot of people were kind of surprised about that. So, maybe, I don't know. Would he shift that much because of a poll? This is all assuming he runs again. You better pray he runs again. I'm telling you this. Now, I'm not because I'm cheering for the Lamont campaign, but I will tell you this again and again and again. You'd better pray that he's the Democratic candidate next year. Not because I have any special love for his policies, although he does make sense on some stuff. Not because I hate any of the possible Republican candidates, but I'm telling you, if the state is to elect another Democrat to occupy the governor's mansion and the big office there for 4 years from 2026 to 2030, pray it's Ned Lamont. Pray it's him. Because if it's not, you will see folks, I'm telling you this, trust me, you will see a barrage of tax and fee increases like you've never seen before. Understand something. You know how difficult it is for a Democratic governor, and this is something that Ned Lamont has done, and I give him credit for this. He hasn't been perfect, and he's stepping away from the guardrails, whatever, and I'm not surprised there. So that means the guardrails were largely untouched for 7 years. It helped the state. But on taxes, understand what has gone on here. Ned Lamont, for the better part of 7 or so years, has told his own caucus he's not going to raise taxes, and he hasn't. You will not get that from Susan Bysiewicz. You will not get that from William Tong. You will not get that from Josh Elliott. You won't get that from Sean Scanlon. You would not get that from Luke Bronin. There will be an undenying thirst from the majority in Hartford to raise as many taxes as possible, as quickly as possible, if and when Ned Lamont does not run again. I think he will. I hope he will, honestly. This is the way I tend to look at things. It is a joy to see him tell the far left of his party to shut up. I'm not raising taxes. And it's really fun to see them twitch and scream and moan. And I hope if only for the entertainment value, God, Governor, please veto this bill for unemployment benefits for strikers, because I just got to see the heads popping from the Democratic caucus and from the unions. Oh, my God. As my old pal Glenn Beck used to say, if that happens, get out the duct tape.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 southbound, crash between exit 61 and exit 60 as things backing up into North Haven. Northbound, you have onlooking delays as well. Lower Fairfield County, 95 north. Plan on an hour and 10 from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt will save you the most time. And 84 eastbound, busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Ange Krause with WICC Traffic.
A big warm-up by midweek for this evening and overnight. Mainly clear with a low in the low 50s. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the upper 70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warmer with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Hardworking people need a hardworking candy bar. Packed with peanuts and filled with golden caramel, Payday is definitely working hard for you. So grab one now to power you through the day. Payday Peanut Caramel Bar. Get to it.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And how about this piece of filth in Colorado over the weekend with the homemade Molotov cocktails? And what a shock. He's an illegal. Oh, you're kidding me. somebody who stayed here on an expired visa, and then from what I understand, the last White House went a little easy on him. What a dirtbag, Free Palestine. You know, somebody said this. I read this morning. I can't remember where. I could probably find it. Some columnist, admittedly a conservative, said, and I'm kind of paraphrasing here, let's face it, Free Palestine is the present-day Heil Hitler. And I said to myself, you know, he's right. He or she is right. It is. It is. Tell me it's not. But again, here's a guy who should, and I don't please, I don't want to hear anybody say, well, you know, as a percentage, undocumented migrants can, they commit less crime. No, get out of here with that. That's one of those things that makes my eyes explode when I hear that garbage. And even if it's true, nobody cares. Stop trying to, in some way, shape, or form, explain away crime. I don't care. Back, there were 3 or 4 stories. Oh, believe me, I'll get to them. There were 3 or 4 stories over the weekend about migrants killing people and attacking them. Well, you shouldn't say that, Paul. Really? They're in the news. I'll get to them. And, of course, how about this? In Chicago, 1 dead, 15 hurt from gun violence. In North Carolina, 1 dead, 11 hurt from North Carolina gun violence over the weekend. Geez, though, didn't happen with an AR-15. It happened probably with a 9 or 38. Geez, I wonder why the media isn't saying a whole lot about it. Oh, but if this was with a long gun, if the gunmen or gunwomen were in the NRA, there'd be quivers and tears all over the place.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The suspect in yesterday's attack in Boulder, Colorado, has been formally charged.
My office has charged Mohammed Sabri Solomon, age 45, with the commission of a hate crime.
Acting U.S. Attorney Bishop Gruhl says the suspect targeted what he called Zionists, in this case, a group bringing attention to hostages in Gaza.
And when he was interviewed about the attack, he said he wanted them all to die. He had no regrets, and he would go back and do it again. He said that he had previously tried to purchase a firearm, but resorted to the Molotov cocktails when he could not purchase a gun because he was not a legal citizen.
Officials now say 12 people were injured. CBS's Nicole Skanga reports the incident has prompted even more security nationwide.
There is a heightened police presence in large cities and have been really since that attack in Washington, D.C. at the Capitol Jewish Museum 2 weeks ago. We saw increased patrols in cities ranging from Washington, D.C. to Los Angeles to Baltimore to New York to Chicago, and that remains the case.
Delegations from Ukraine and Russia today held a second round of direct talks on ending the war. Correspondent Elizabeth Palmer reports there was no breakthrough.
The talks in Istanbul ended after only an hour and a half, which tells you a lot. Ukraine says it had given the Russians its plan for a ceasefire in advance, but that Russia only offered its plan today when they showed up in Istanbul, and the Ukrainians said that just didn't give them enough time to analyze it.
The smoke from the wildfires in Canada continues to impact the northern tier of the U.S., but meteorologist Craig Allen tells us it's moving.
Most of the smoke is in the upper levels of the atmosphere, causing very hazy, discolored skies, but that smoke is being blown all the way down into the deep south, too, down the Mississippi Valley and along the Gulf states.
Northern lights could be visible in parts of the Northeast following the solar storms this weekend. The sun burped out another burst of energy today that's headed to Earth. Some good news about Newark Airport, which has seen its share of troubles lately, from tech problems to an air traffic controller shortage. A construction project on a main runway wrapped up a week early. CBS's Tom Hansen.
Interesting or odd to say that a $121 million project might be the easiest hurdle that Newark has faced in this ongoing crisis.
The FAA expects to begin easing some flight limits at the airport next week. It is the second busiest airport in the New York City area. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. Protect your auto, home, and business with Progressive and get 24/7 coverage. See if you can save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys. And I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Bridgeport firefighter remains on active duty following her arrest last week in Southington. Shprisa Bungu is charged with a felony count of risk of injury to a minor, along with a misdemeanor charge of disorderly conduct. Bridgeport officials say they are aware of the arrest and are investigating the matter. A 14-year-old boy has been arrested after he allegedly was found with a gun equipped with a high-capacity ammunition magazine in Stamford. Police say the unidentified juvenile was arrested at his home in Stamford's West Side last week. The boy is a student at West Hill High School. Police say the boy was known to carry the gun on the streets, but it's not clear whether he brought the weapon to school. Security has been increased at the Brass Mill Center Mall in Waterbury after a mass shooting there last week. 5 people were hurt in the shooting at the mall, with all suffering injuries that are not life-threatening. Waterbury Police Chief Fernando Spagnolo says the department and mall security have had discussions about ways to make the facility safer. The department has agreed to conduct site assessments and provide recommendations for security enhancements. Protesters gathered Saturday at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport to rally against Avelo Airlines after running deportation flights for ICE. The protest was held outside the main gate of Tweed. It was one of several protest events held nationwide against Avelo and its decision to transport illegal immigrants from the country for ICE. The group says in the first 16 days of the contract, Avelo flew 85 flights for ICE to locations that include Guatemala and Honduras. Smoke from Canadian wildfires could affect Connecticut this week. The jet stream is likely to carry smoke currently over the Great Lakes and the Midwest to the east. NBC Connecticut reported forecasters said the smoke could arrive here by midweek. Poor air quality can affect the health of people with respiratory conditions, lung, and heart disease. And Bridgeport is ranked 88th on a list of the healthiest and unhealthiest cities in America. The only other Connecticut community on the list of 182 cities is New Haven, ranked 106th. The survey from the financial website WalletHub.com based its rankings on factors ranging from the cost of medical visits and fruit and vegetable consumption to share of physically active adults. San Francisco is the healthiest city, according to the survey. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 southbound accident in Hamden between exit 61 and 60 has things backed up into North Haven. Lower Fairfield County 95 north, plan on an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is your best bet. 84 eastbound, just extra cars through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Ganem Personal Injury Lawyers. Injured in an accident? Ganem Injury Lawyers fight for your maximum compensation. Turn your setback into a comeback. Visit GanemInjuryLawyers.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny sky the rest of this afternoon. Otherwise clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Sunny and warmer on Wednesday with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty. Hey, how you doing? Hour number 4 of our 4-hour daily get-together every Monday through Friday, 2 to 6. We mix it up with news, some commentary, my thoughts, whether you like them or not. Open phones here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And if you disagree with me, don't be afraid and call in. I'm not going to yell and scream at you. I won't cut you off unless you use vulgarities or bad words or naughty potty mouth. But we try to have some fun here. The reason we call the show Connecticut Today is we try and take a look outward from Fairfield and New Haven counties all over the state and talk about the stuff that affects you. And you can write me at Paul at voiceofct.com and or talk or text 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You can do that, and we'll have some fun together. I was just thinking on the break there. Sometimes the amen chorus can get a little boring when it comes especially to talk radio. You want to have a vibrant conversation. I think we've had that today in a number of topics, including the fact that I, as bowing away from a lot of my fellow conservatives, I think we need a full-time legislature in Hartford. I do. I know a lot of people are screaming at me right now saying, hey, maybe they can, they do that. There's too many laws being made. Well, you know what? Maybe, okay. But what about doing things right? And as our guest last half hour, Dave Ritigliano, said from Trumbull, what about having a model where we're not making decisions on spending $20, $30, $40, $50 billion and doing it up against a deadline of 2 days from now? That's nuts. Why do we do that? And yes, I know there are some people saying, well, the legislature should be not paid or only part-time, or if you're going to make it full-time, you're going to be paying too much money. Yeah, but come on, please. This isn't 1730 anymore or 1850 where where we're sitting here saying, well, you got to have a part-time legislature. Because why? Well, we got to get home and plow the fields. We don't do that anymore. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Why do you think Election Day is the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November? Because on the surface of it, in the modern day, that makes no sense. Why? It's because of a farm calendar, a plowing calendar, which was fine for the day. It is just the notion that we can't look beyond here. And if lawmakers make better laws, or if they're not jammed up against some sort of finish line or deadline, if it means we have to pay them, I don't know, $80,000 a year, I guess the average pay for a full-time legislator around the country is around $80,000. So what? You get what you pay for. And think about this. And I was a big proponent of this when we boosted the pay for legislators. It was ridiculous that it was $25,000 for so many years. Remember, the more you pay a legislator, the better chance there is that they can say, hey, if I win, I can actually do this for a couple of years, step away from my business, and actually not have to worry about working a second or third job. I know there's a fine line there. I get it. But that's what I'm thinking. You may not agree with me. That's fine. Even if you use potty mouth, I'll respect you. Before we go to our buddy, our pal, Terry Cowgill with some John Rowland thoughts. Don't get me started on that again. Andy's here at 512. Andy, how are you?
Paluch.
Yeah.
I am not surprised at all at that New Hampshire poll on Lamont. I mean, I've said this before, or at least alluded to it. Taxes, energy costs, hostility to business, education. How could he even be 50%? I guess people are happy with it. They keep voting Democrats back in. But no shock to me, man. This is not a good place to live anymore.
Yeah, and they're always, and Andy, we do have to run. Thank you, sir. You know, there comes a point, and strategists will tell you, there are certain key markers that are going to change or show something when enough people have had enough. And maybe this is it with Lamont. I don't know. I was a little surprised it was 52%. Now, keep in mind, and Pat will get to right to you in a moment, just because voters say, hey, I don't approve of his reelection, or as my people like to say, meds on something, understand something. It doesn't mean that they automatically embrace the other choice. How many times have we been at work? Hey, I want you to work on X, Y, and Z on that project. Oh, my God, I have to work with him. Well, it's either him or her. No. I'll take him. No, please not her. You know what I mean? Pat in Shelton. Hello, Pat. How are you?
How's it going, Paul?
I'm good, Pat. What's up?
I'm going to argue with you on the full-time
Sure,
legislators.
go right ahead.
It seems like the longer they're in, the more money they spend, and you want to make them full-time? I don't have enough money.
Okay. All right.
That's it.
All right, Pat. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, yeah, and there's a point against me that if you look at many of these states that have full-time legislatures, a lot of them are blue tax and spend states. So that would be the downside. I just wish we could come to some sort of a method here where we're not jamming in $57 billion budgets while people are at their desks in Hartford keeled over.
You know Connecticut has the best pizza in the entire country. That's why the best way to celebrate our state is by trying all the best pizza around. The Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with Brown Roofing, driven by Mazda of Milford, returns to the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater Sunday, July 20th. Get your tickets now at voiceofct.com. Food trucks, craft beer, live music, pizza panels, and so much more. Celebrate all things pizza at the Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012 when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridgelight Financial's Taxes and Retirement event, June 10th or 12th at Il Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click BridgelightAdvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, president of Bridgelight Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at Il Palio in Shelton. Register today at BridgelightAdvisors.com. BridgelightAdvisors.com.
You are listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Columbia Dental's Norwalk office is your go-to family dentist. They offer comprehensive care with general dentists and an oral surgeon. Conveniently located at 91 East Avenue, they're affiliated with the Columbia Implant Center in Manchester, operating 7 days a week, including holidays, to manage any dental emergency. With their in-house digital dental lab, they provide top-tier dental services, including prosthetics, ensuring all your needs are met. For more information, visit columbiadental.com and experience unparalleled dental care.
This is your CT Insider weather update. Today, expect partly cloudy skies with highs in the low to mid 70s. Temps dip into the 40s later on. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and warmer, highs in the upper 70s and low 80s. This report powered by CT Insider.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider, a hometown behind every headline.
With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Wilmer Cross, Route 15 southbound, accident in Hamden between exit 61 and 60 has things backed up into North Haven. Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, plan on an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is your best bet. And 84 eastbound, just extra cars through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Ganem Personal Injury Lawyers. Injured in an accident? Ganem Injury Lawyers fight for your maximum compensation. Turn your setback into a comeback. Visit GanemInjuryLawyers.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A big warm-up by midweek for this evening and overnight. Mainly clear with a low in the low 50s. Tomorrow, sunny with a high in the upper 70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warmer with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Never miss a moment when you listen through your Amazon Echo.
It's Connecticut Today.
It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
I love when I hear her voice, but I'm not supposed to. If you have one of those devices, you know I can't say her name because then it may affect you listening to. But God, what a voice. Easy, Paul. Calm down. Here's a guy we love hearing from once a week, usually on Mondays right around this time. He has a column. He has one up today, in fact, at the Connecticut News Junkie, ctnewsjunkie.com. You can also read his other blog, his other regular publication, Red Meat for Mushy Moderates, at substack.com. The one and only, you know him, you love him, Terry Cowgill. Mr. Cowgill, sir, good afternoon. How are you?
Well, thank you. I'm not bad. I overheard your previous discussion on having a full-time legislature.
Yeah.
And just before we get to rolling,
sure.
I actually wrote a column on this in 2020, right about the time that the pandemic was taking hold, coincidentally.
Yeah.
And I argued for a full-time legislature, but reduce the size of it. So make it about you know how the legislature works in Nebraska, right?
No, how does it work?
Nebraska has what they call a unicameral legislature.
That I knew, yeah.
Yeah, so reduce the size of it to about the size of that the state Senate is now. And make it unicameral and increase the salary. I'd say increase it up to $100,000 a year. But one of the reasons that the Connecticut lawmakers typically have very, very sloppy and weak ethics laws.
Oh, you think?
And one of the reasons though is these ethic laws are in place is because everybody who works there, almost everybody except for maybe the speaker and the Senate pro tem president and stuff.
Yeah.
They all have to have outside jobs.
Yeah.
And so they take jobs that normally anybody who looks at it would say that it's a conflict of interest.
Sure.
For, you remember Joe Arasimowicz, who was the Speaker of the House at one point?
Yeah.
He was an education coordinator for one of the largest public employee unions in the state.
Yeah.
And we had people like Mae Flexer, who was lobbying for a union. We had other people like.
Well, you have Julie. You have Julie.
Larry Cafiro.
Yeah. Oh, I used to know Larry. We have Julie Kushner now, who I guess is a retired UAW person, and you probably have been following this from afar. She's like publicly scolding Lamont because he doesn't want to sign this unemployment for strikers bill. And Terry, you're right. I said this earlier in the show. In other states, people with a background like that, they wouldn't be allowed. They just wouldn't.
No, absolutely not. But I do remember being really shocked to learn that Larry Cafaro, who was the House Republican leader 10, 12 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
He had a side gig at Brown Rudnick, which is a law firm that they regularly lobbies lawmakers in the Capitol.
Yeah.
So the law actually allowed the firm to lobby Cafiro himself while he was in the Capitol, even though he worked for the same firm. I mean, but a lot of these lax ethics laws in the Capitol are there because lawmakers have to have outside income. Yeah. And if you said, look, run for this seat, we'll pay you $100,000 a year, but no outside employment.
Got to quit.
All right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that might work.
I remember my funniest moment. You'll love this, Terry, knowing the guy as well. I asked Larry Cafaro once, and maybe he's listening, Fairfield County guy. I asked Larry, why don't you run for governor? And his response to me, Terry, here's the quote, Paul, enough people don't like me as it is. I don't need any more. And speaking of a love-hate relationship with Connecticut, former Governor John G. Rowland, we have a couple of minutes left. You wrote a great piece about him. You actually occupied a radio studio with him on a couple of occasions.
Yes, I did. I was a call-in guest on his show a few times, and then he had me in the studio. Of course, I mean, I had only done small-town radio, and to walk into a place like TIC, where they have engineers all over the place, and
I used to work there.
Secretaries and greeters. It's pretty amazing. Anyway, but I got to know him a bit doing these shows, and he is a hell of a charming guy.
Oh, yeah.
And I can see how he got as far as he did. He made me feel welcome. And the fact that I had written critically about him earlier, and he still agreed to have me on the show, I thought, wow, that says a lot. But he liked my writing and all that stuff. So I got to know him a bit. But the last time I was on there, just after that, was when he got into trouble with Lisa Wilson Foley and doing the illegal campaign work, and then all of the what hit the fan, and he wound up being charged again for corruption, and he was this time he did not take a plea bargain, and of course that means he was going to go to jail if he was convicted. And so, but there were all these different things that he did while in office that he could have been investigated for, like the $220 million unsecured loan to Enron, and he sold his Washington D.C. condo at an inflated price with the help of the lobbyists. It just went on and on.
Yeah, and Terry, I have always said, and I said this when we first heard of it, I'm fully okay for pardons if there's some sort of egregious conduct in the judicial process or somebody really got screwed here. But again, I know John Rowland as well. I haven't seen him in years. We always got along. He sat in on a couple of radio shows like you did. He sat in with us years ago. But I mean, this to me, I just shook my head when I heard it,
Well, I heard some people say, well, it's a good thing that, he'll have a fresh start. He served his time, and I'm thinking, he served his time, and the reward for that is you get out and you're a free man. And so what was the purpose of giving him a pardon, Donald Trump giving him a pardon when it wouldn't let him out of jail? In other words, he was already out. So I don't really understand the logic behind it from that standpoint.
Yeah.
Do you? What makes sense there?
Terry, I have stopped trying to understand some logic in people. I just sit here and I just, because when I do, my hair hurts. What little hair I have left, I get a pain in my scalp. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. I don't. Folks, you can read his stuff. He has a very good column on this at the Connecticut News Junkie, ctnewsjunkie.com. And, of course, red meat for mushy moderates at the substack.com. Terry, continue good rehab there with that hip, and we'll catch up, all right?
All right. Thanks very much, Paul.
Thanks, Bye. Terry. Appreciate it. Terry Cowgill there. Check him out. You may agree with him. You may not agree with him. You may be Mets on meds in the middle, but he's a good writer. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 southbound, accident in Hamden between exit 61 and 60 has things backed up into North Haven. Lower Fairfield County 95 north, plan on an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is your best bet. And 84 eastbound, just extra cars through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Ganem Personal Injury Lawyers. Injured in an accident? Ganem Injury Lawyers fight for your maximum compensation. Turn your setback into a comeback. Visit GanemInjuryLawyers.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny sky the rest of this afternoon. Otherwise clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Sunny and warmer on Wednesday with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Real Women Have Curves has the audience leaping to its feet. The Daily Beast calls it one of the best show-stopping numbers of the entire season. And now it's a 12-time award nominee, including Best Musical. The Washington Post says it's a laugh-out-loud musical comedy with a massive dose of heart. Get tickets at CurvesBroadway.com.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the award-winning online learning program.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Designed by education experts, ABC Mouse seamlessly aligns with what your child is already learning in school. And with over 10,000 learning activities and more than 850 lessons, it's an engaging and comprehensive curriculum. More info at abcmouse.com/radio.
I have been teaching for 13 years, and I've never seen a program like ABC Mouse. It encompasses science, math, reading, social studies.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials. Sponsored by Age of Learning.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The FBI says the man charged in yesterday's attack in Boulder, Colorado, confessed to police. Here's correspondent Matt Piper.
The FBI says the 45-year-old told police he planned the attack for a year, targeting what he called a Zionist group.
Mohammed Salaman is being charged with a hate crime. Newark Airport has been plagued by equipment problems and a shortage of air traffic controllers. But Tom Hansen reports an important runway has been repaired ahead of schedule.
Overall, one of the few very positive headlines to come out of Newark in recent weeks.
President Trump faces the challenge of convincing Republicans his tax cut plan won't bury the government in debt. Among them, Senator Rand Paul. Politico reporter Mia McCarthy.
He's a big deficit hawk. He has, really pushed for having bills that don't increase the deficit and has been very consistent in voting against legislation that does.
The markets are watching. The Dow finished up 35 points. CBS News Brief. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
After hours of tense debate, the state Senate has passed the controversial Housing Bill 5002. Democrats have been moving on this issue to reform housing legislation. They say this bill will help the state address housing shortages. Bridgeport Democratic State Representative Antonio Felipe spoke with WTNH-TV News 8.
We just want to make sure that we are doing smart development. We want to make sure that we are converting some of our commercial properties that haven't been used in a long time and building out more of a robust housing stock across the board, not just affordable.
However, state Republicans have taken issue with the bill for not only its content, but also the method in which Democrats managed to pass it. After beginning as a small bill funding a study on homelessness, HB 5002 was dramatically amended after it passed through the committees into its current state. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong criticized the lack of transparency in the process.
This is a real bypassing of transparency and accountability and respect for process. And on a housing bill that is going to have so much significant impact.
Governor Ned Lamont has indicated that he will sign it into law.
There's about 800 more bills that needs to be passed by both the House and the Senate. And then there's a budget that will take a whole day. There are a lot of bills that are not going to get called.
The Connecticut legislature is in its final push before adjournment of its regular session Wednesday night at midnight. As just heard from Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong, lawmakers still have not completed their primary job, which is to approve a budget package for the 2-year fiscal period that begins July 1st. Democratic House Speaker Matt Ritter told WTNH TV News 8 that approval should happen within the next day.
I don't know, Monday, maybe Tuesday. On the spending side, it looks like we've reconciled all the numbers, and now it's just a matter of going through those 20 to 25 line items and figuring it out.
On Saturday, the House passed Senate Bill 1, which would create a new fund outside the spending cap for early childhood education. West Hartford Democratic State Representative Katie Farrer spoke with WFSB Channel 3.
We're expanding spaces for so many that need care and really just make sure that Connecticut is leading the way when it comes to supporting our families and creating more affordable and accessible child care.
A bill that seeks to provide electric rate relief to state residents is expected to be taken up by the House today or tomorrow. Republicans have put energy costs front and center on their legislative agenda, with Republican House Minority Leader Vin Candelora making it clear the bill must address PURA.
I think if it doesn't address the structure of PURA to make sure it is operating in a transparent way with a body of 5, making decisions, yes, I would block that bill.
Connecticut Democratic U.S. Senator Chris Murphy says President Donald Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill will kill Americans. Here's Murphy on CNN's State of the Union.
When you lose your health care, you are much more at risk of early death. When rural hospitals close because of this bill, when drug treatment clinics close in Iowa and rural America because of this bill, more people will die at a younger age.
Democrats say the White House is trying to cut Medicaid and other social safety nets by billions of dollars. Republicans say they are much needed reforms to the programs that will cut the deficit. A miraculous rescue was made after a small plane crashed and sank off Connecticut Sunday morning in Long Island Sound. The Piper PA-32 went down near Thimble Islands about 10 minutes after it took off from Bridgeport. Leading up to the crash, the pilot issued a desperate call for help and was told to make an emergency landing at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport, but couldn't make it.
Ground, I just got word that there's an emergency inbound for runway 2. 2 souls on board. That's all the information I have right now.
The 2 people on board were pulled from the plane and the water with just minor injuries. Trent Gulliford from the U.S. Coast Guard told NBC that a civilian boat assisted in the rescue.
It took us about 15 minutes to get on scene, and once we did, a Good Samaritan vessel spotted the 2 people in the water, and we went up alongside them and helped them get out of the water. When we pulled them out of the water, they were conscious and able, and we were talking with them, and then we brought them to EMS for further evaluation.
A runway at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport is open again after being closed for about 40 minutes this morning due to a disabled aircraft. Airport officials said there were no injuries, and the damage to the plane was described as minor. It's unclear how it became disabled. The Atlantic hurricane season is here. There are normally 14 named storms during the 6-month period that begins on June 1st, including 3 major hurricanes. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration says it expects between 13 and 19 named storms this year, and that up to 10 of them could become hurricanes. It expects at least 3 of them to become major hurricanes with winds topping 110 miles per hour. And a new senior happiness index from caring.com ranks Utah as the happiest state for seniors with a score of 7.69 out of 10. The ranking considers factors like cost of living, life expectancy, health of residents over 60, and availability of senior centers. Other top states include Idaho, Connecticut, Delaware, and Nebraska. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is a little bit better overall. Out of New Haven, 91 south, jam and exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. Northbound delays start in Milford. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, heavy residual delays through North Haven and Hampton, going down towards the tunnel, all stemming from an earlier issue that has been cleared. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
A big warm-up by midweek for this evening and overnight. Mainly clear with a low in the low 50s. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the upper 70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warmer with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, open phones to bring us down the home stretch here, whatever you'd like to talk about or text about. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text or email. You can do that at Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul at voiceofct.com. Before we go back to the phones, interesting story here. And we've been kind of following this here on the show. A story by Mark Pazniokas, Connecticut Mirror. This was just posted. Lamont A. Johnny Datch misused a state vehicle, the investigators found. An investigation commissioned by the governor concluded his former chief of staff and current senior advisor, Jonathan Datch, or Dack, I think it's Datch, chronically violated state rules by using a state vehicle as his personal car for nearly 2 years and driving at speeds constituting reckless driving under Connecticut law. The report by a couple of lawyers at Shipman and Goodwin, major Connecticut law firm, by the way, was released Monday, 2 weeks after Lamont said Datch would depart from state service at the conclusion of the General Assembly's session. Sacramento Lamb? I don't know. The inquiry was prompted by a story posted back in November by Inside Investigator. That's our good friend Mark Fitch's site. A news site, it says, affiliated here with the conservative Yankee Institute. I love them. You ever notice that a liberal site, a progressive site will never say, a progressive. It's always, it's a conservative news site. About the apparent misuse of 2 cars assigned to the office of the governor, a 2020 Ford Escape used by Datch and a 2019 Ford Fusion used by the communications staff. Okay. Whatever. I'm not overly concerned with that. Good for Lamont. He knew there was something there. He investigated it. But, hear me out on this. And our last guest, Terry Cowgill from the Connecticut News Junkie, he didn't mention this time around, but he mentioned this a few weeks ago. You may remember when he was on the show. And he was wondering about whether or not just the drip, drip, drip of, all right, not earth-shattering scandals, but enough to where people may consider and who they vote for, like, hey, is the governor paying attention here? And again, I don't mean that to be derogatory, but I just jotted down a list off of the top of my bald head. You've got the Johnny Datch thing here. You've got the Costas Diamantis thing. Remember him with the school renovation funds? And now he's tied in with the Deirdre Giffords thing about, the story, the former state health commissioner who we saw at the beginning of COVID. Remember a lot? about 6 years ago, and she was out front. Now she's going to suddenly retire after, I think, the Connecticut Mirror found out that she's among, there are some texts that they got a hold of that said she was allegedly mixed up with Diamantis on trying to squash a Medicaid fraud investigation. So you have the Johnny Datch thing. You have the Costas Diamantis thing on two fronts. You've got the Deirdre Giffords thing. You've got the Terrence Cheng thing, Mr. I'm going to put $60 stakes on the state's plastic. And the governor said the other day, well, you know, where he's moving on, he's not in his job anymore. Yeah, but you didn't fire him. You gave him a different office down the hall. He's still going to make the $450,000 a year, of which you gave him $2+ large a month to get a condo or an apartment. He still hasn't done it. And then you have, again, a story that I think doesn't get nearly the coverage it deserves, the absolute money rat hole that the state pier in New London became. But nobody cares around here because it's at the other end of the state. So I'm counting here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 scandals here. Now, again, nothing blew up. Nobody died. I get it. But you just wonder, is, 52%, is that maybe what we're looking at here? Why the governor's reelection numbers are not maybe what people think? I mean, yeah, he's good fiscally up to a point, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 scandals that I can think of. Do voters come to a point maybe and say to themselves, yeah, nice guy, like him, he was pretty good with no taxes, but what's up with all these scandals here?
Experience the future of luxury with the new all-electric Escalade IQ, now available at Cadillac of Greenwich. Standard with hands-free driver assistance technology and Super Cruise, the Escalade IQ offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort with the longest range of any EV SUV. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Electric Escalade IQ.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is a little bit better overall. Out of New Haven, 91 south, jam and exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. Northbound delays start in Milford. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, heavy residual delays through North Haven and Hampton, going down towards the tunnel, all stemming from an earlier issue that has been cleared. I'm Ange Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny sky the rest of this afternoon. Otherwise clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Sunny and warmer on Wednesday with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Where Southern Connecticut comes for the real story. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And before we go back to the phones, I had promised you I would give you the vote count here. Now, the housing bill did get out, HB 5002. We had the approval last week by the House. It did pass the state Senate over the weekend. It was not completely on a party line vote. And for some reason, only 35 of the 36 state Senate members voted. Norm Needleman, Democrat, Essex, did not vote. Now, I'm not going to make any assumptions. Maybe there was a personal issue, or maybe Senator Needleman didn't feel comfortable with either vote. I don't know. So in a bill that may make earth-shattering changes to some aspects of cities and towns in the state, 35 of the 36 state senators voted. Norm Needleman did not vote. It passed 20-15. All 11 Republicans voted no, and 4 Democrats were uneasy with it. They voted no. Joan Hartley of Waterbury voted no. Kathy Austin of the eastern part of the state, or as they call her, the governor of eastern Connecticut, she voted no. Heron Gaston of Bridgeport voted no. Sujetta Gadkar Wilcox of Trumbull voted no. So there you go. State Senators Hartley of Waterbury, Austin of the eastern part of the state, Gadkar Wilcox of Trumbull, and Heron Gaston of Bridgeport, they all voted no on this. So they have concerns. So this was not a party line vote. Bill in Bridgeport's here. Bill, how are you, sir? What's up?
Well, I got a couple of them for you.
Yeah.
I know somebody whose cousin visited Stratford for a weekend and got a tax bill in Massachusetts for being in Stratford for the weekend.
What, from the car?
Yeah.
Huh.
And somebody bought the house next door to his.
Yeah.
It had a Tesla charging station. Well,
okay.
They went out and bought a nice brand new Tesla registered in New York, and they got a tax bill in Easton for having a car registered in New York.
Now, I wonder if that Tesla, because you're right, Bill. Technically, you cannot buy and take delivery of a Tesla here in Connecticut. You have to go to, most of the people around here, Bill, go to Westchester County to pick up the Tesla. You're right.
Yeah.
Huh.
A couple of contractors I know are hoping that he signs that bill because they're talking about going to Greenwich and putting up 5,000 units of low-income housing.
Oh, you're talking about him, Bill. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it, Bill. Thank you. You're talking about the housing bill. Yeah. Now, 5,000, Bill, may be a lot. But from the number I did hear, Bill, was not 5,000, but 900. And please, and Bill, once again, thanks for the call. Where are you going to be? And by the way, you folks in Greenwich down there, Weston, Wilton, Westport, Greenwich, New Canaan, please call me and let me know where you're going to put, because I'd like to open up a convenience store near there. Seriously. Dry cleaners, small little local theater. Honestly, if you're going to start putting in 900 units of quote-unquote affordable housing. Now, again, explain to me, Lucy, explain to me what's affordable in Greenwich. And I know it's based on the area income and the census tract and this percentage of that and the square root of 3 divided by 4 and a 3-linebacker set on 3rd and 4. No, you know what I mean. So, yeah, I we'll see. Now, the shift they did make in this housing bill, from what I understand and from what the governor has said, they went from a model in the bill of penalizing cities and towns that don't want to do this to saying, okay, if you don't want to do it, you're going to lose out on the good stuff that we give to cities and towns by doing this. So we'll see. I don't know. It looks like the governor is going to sign it unless somebody gets back to him and says, hey, we've done research on this. We think this is going to hurt you for next year. But again, here's another thing. If Ned Lamont lost next year, you think he cares? And I don't mean that in an arrogant, I'm not. But if he runs and loses, he's 72 or 73. He's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. He was already governor for 2 terms. Does he care? And again, I don't mean that in an arrogant way, but someday he may sit back and say, nah, screw this. And he may sign it meaning, hey, I think this is the right thing to do. I don't care if it costs me. You don't know. Jack in Stamford. Jack, how are you, sir?
We're good. We got two things here, but we're going to be short on time and everything. But I'll
sure.
come back to you with you on this another day, this crazy full-time legislature thing. You see the nonsense that is. But I've been developing there in Greenwich and everything. I've got a few places we could put up 900 units.
Yeah. Where?
Yeah, right next to Ned. I'm going to buy the property next to Ned Lamont. You know, Blumenthal's wife is a real estate agent.
Right.
We can put a few hundred units next there.
Yeah.
We got Hines. And then we can see the Connecticut reps and see how they voted on all this crazy stuff that they seem to know when the day is, but they all slam it through in 2 days.
Yeah.
I would take out the air conditioning. I would take out the heaters and do all this and go back to old school like 1776 and short-term people. No paying them because they're all friggin' ripping off the state government anyways, taking cars.
Well, you know what the Jack, and thank you for the call. The other way you could solve this, maybe fine. Maybe you folks have convinced me. I know I upset all you people who I love. I know you think I'm crazy with the full-time legislature. Well, if not, how about term limits? That'll never happen. Oh, my God. But there should be term limits. Come on. This is ridiculous. People have been up in the General Assembly for 10, 15, 20, 25 years. Don't you have a life? Seriously, go take a walk. Go call your kids. Go fly a kite. Seriously. Go take a pottery course. You got to be there for 20, 25 years. It's mind-boggling. Well, you always complain a lot about, yeah, I do, and I wouldn't complain so much if we limited, geez, I don't know. Now, both terms are, what's, I don't know, you tell me. What's fair? 2-year terms. I don't know. 5 2-year to 10 years, isn't that enough for you? To feed your freaking egos? Is that okay? 10 years in the Senate, 10 years in the House? I don't know. But that's never it. Let me tell you something. You would have a better chance in Connecticut of Donald Trump putting up a Trump casino in Hartford next year than you will of term limits. We will be vacationing on Mars before you get term limits in the Connecticut General Assembly. These fossils are so ingrained in Hartford, and they're arrogant, and they think they know better. Speaking of arrogant, let's do traffic and weather together right here, because I want to come back with enough time to tell you about, Chris Murphy. He kind of gets it, and he doesn't.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is a little bit better overall. Out of New Haven, 91 south, jam and exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. Northbound delays start in Milford. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, heavy residual delays through North Haven and Hampton, going down towards the tunnel, all stemming from an earlier issue that has been cleared. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
A big warm-up by midweek for this evening and overnight. Mainly clear with a low in the low 50s. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the upper 70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warmer with a high in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Hardworking people need a hardworking candy bar. Packed with peanuts and filled with golden caramel, Payday is definitely working hard for you. So grab one now to power you through the day. Payday Peanut Caramel Bar. Get to it.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, Chris Murphy, our junior U.S. Senate member, Democratic side, he just wrapped up his annual walk across Connecticut. It's a good idea. You can talk with people. It gets some big buzz, good press. He was on the other day with Lisa Wexler, I guess, while he was in the middle of walking, so good get there. Mr. Murphy's in the news again. This is in Politico. We'll wrap up with this. Chris Murphy is launching a new PAC, Political Action Committee, aimed at taking on the Trump White House and Republicans in Congress. He announced, or was scheduled to announce today, that his group, the American Mobilization Project, is doling out $400,000 to organizations that oppose cuts to Medicaid or register young people to vote. Two of the early recipients of his funds are based in battleground states. Okay, I get that. I understand that. And we're seeing all over the weekend here now, they're saying, well, they're going to buy, seriously, the Democrats are going to buy ads in video games. I'm not kidding. Look this up. They feel they've got to win back young men from the gains that Trump made there. Okay, that's admirable. They've done their research, whatever. Now, I would submit to them that before you get all fancy and buy ads in video games, and they're searching for podcasters, how to talk to men. Seriously, if you don't believe me, look this up. They're looking for how to appeal to masculinity. It's the party of John F. Kennedy that's worried about masculinity now. The party of Bill Clinton suddenly wonders, how can they be more masculine? You can't script this. But here's what they maybe should be worrying about. Here are some headlines from over the weekend. All right? New York Post, trans athlete tells critics to, quote unquote, get a life after he dominates girls' high school track and field state championships. Trans athlete A.B. Hernandez wins 2 girls' state titles in California. A guy won 2 girls' championships in California. So you have that issue, which the Democrats have no idea how to react to. When even 70% of their own party says, stop with the guys who still have the twig and berries in women's sports. But they're worried about podcasting. And maybe Senator Murphy's minions may want to realize how to handle this. How about this headline? 6 migrants charged in the murder of a South Carolina mother. A jet ski crash by 2 migrants kills a service academy freshman in Texas. How about that? This whole thing is overblown with trans athletes. Is it? What's their stance on trans athletes now? All of a sudden they're getting a little mushy. Well, maybe they should participate, but not medal. Oh, yeah, here's an idea, Senator. With all due respect, give out all the money you want. Get your party straight on trans athletes, and for God's sakes, immigration.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The suspect in yesterday's attack in Boulder, Colorado, has been charged with a hate crime. Authorities say Mohammed Solomon confessed to the attack that left 11 or 12 people injured. They were drawing attention to the hostages in Gaza. Acting U.S. Attorney Bishop Gruhl.
When he was interviewed about the attack, he said he wanted them all to die. He had no regrets, and he would go back and do it again.
Witnesses say Solomon yelled, "Free Palestine." And during the attack, it comes just 2 weeks after the murders of 2 Israeli embassy workers in Washington.
What law enforcement fears the most is that there will be inspired copycat attacks as a result of what has played out over the past few weeks.
CBS's Nicole Skanga.
Here in Washington, the D.C. police putting out a statement that they are continuing to sort of bolster the security presence around all faith-based organizations here in the nation's capital.
The White House says President Trump could speak to China's president within days about the trade war. CBS's Weijia Jiang reports.
This is a call that could change the entire global economy because right now there is a 90-day trade deal in effect with China that went into effect just a couple weeks ago. But the question is what the long-term solution is going to be. As for now, these 2 countries are holding off on those really, really high tariff rates that they threatened.
The Trump administration's renewed its request for the Supreme Court to clear the way for plans to downsize the federal workforce while a lawsuit by labor groups and cities proceeds. Trump is having to convince Republican senators that his multi-trillion-dollar tax breaks won't bury the government in debt. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns has the latest from Capitol Hill.
Speaker Johnson has been telling his Senate colleagues, look, I have very little margin for error here. That bill passed the House last week by 1 vote. So he's essentially saying to them, hey, guys, please don't change this too much. Don't make this harder on me than it needs to be.
The smoke from Canada's wildfires continues to move over parts of the U.S. Meteorologist Craig Allen is tracking it.
The northern tier of the United States is experiencing the very smoky skies from these fires, especially across eastern portions of North Dakota, but more so Minnesota more than any other state, but portions of Wisconsin and Michigan as well.
The Department of Energy is ordering an oil and gas power plant to keep its turbines running through the hottest summer months as a precaution against power shortfalls in the mid-Atlantic grid. The plant near Philadelphia was supposed to close on Saturday. The Dow finished up 35 points. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
You're listening to a Melissa in the Morning Rewind. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
The Connecticut legislature is in its final push before adjournment happens for its regular session this Wednesday at midnight. We know lawmakers do need to approve a 2-year budget. Again, that fiscal period will start July 1st. Over the weekend, the House passed Senate Bill 1, which actually creates a new fund outside the spending cap for early childhood education. But we know one of the sticking points, especially for our budget, is how much money is going to be invested into our public schools, into our education here at the state. Joining us now, Kate Diaz, who is the president of the Connecticut Education Association. And let's start there. Kate, you and I have been in touch all throughout the session this year. And let our listeners know, certainly, what has the governor proposed? Where does the CEA feel we're still kind of missing money? And talk about, what we need to invest in really with this budget when it comes to education.
Well, I think, good morning, Melissa. I think that for us, this has largely been a status quo budget in some respects. I mean, we haven't seen any increase that's substantial into, K-12 education. They are fully funding the cost share of ECS, but what we've talked about is that while the dollar figure is going up, it's not keeping pace, so the actual state's contribution is going down. So while we're still spending a lot of money in education, the majority of it substantially is still coming from local municipalities, which creates that sort of, neighborhood imbalance, right? The idea that you will still continue to have and have nots, because the entire purpose of the state funding is to really balance the expenditures to ensure that every community has the same opportunities. But if we're not keeping pace with at least inflation on those state dollars, we end up creating the imbalance that we currently have, which is an under-fulfillment of the promise to some of our most vulnerable communities.
So, Kate, talk about, I remember in the beginning of the session, the governor had said we are prioritizing education, certainly, and we want to invest in education. He gave a pretty big figure, it sounded like, on the surface. But I remember it fell short of what the CEA wanted. Has that number changed in the last few months, or has it basically stayed at that same figure?
Oh, we've seen no change in sort of the position of the way that the governor and the legislature is viewing education funding, and it's having a significant impact across the state. We're seeing more and more loss of positions. We've seen up to 60 positions on the chopping block. We have had to push to referendum to at least level fund, which is still usually a loss of somewhere between 10 to 20 positions in some of our municipalities. We've seen Killingly, they're going to have a loss of positions. New Milford has been fighting. Nobody is free from this. That's not even talking about the things that are happening like in Bridgeport, where you're talking about a much more substantial number of loss of positions. So the idea that we're sort of level funding, people really do need to understand that that's a cut. And all they have to do is look at their local boards of ed who are sitting there talking each and every week about what jobs they're going to have to cut, what services, what opportunities for kids are they going to have to cut. Because when we talk about like an increase, for example, of the $30 million in special education, that is distributed across 169 municipalities. So that's not saving any jobs. If anything, we might be able to try some new programs, but we're not really talking about improving staffing in the state of Connecticut. In fact, we continue to create a tension so that it's, do we pay the lights or do we have a kindergarten teacher? And so, this is some of the tension that we're dealing with that has not been addressed at all this session.
Do you feel like, Kate Diaz, again, who is the president of the Connecticut Education Association, it's the largest union representing teachers in our state, do you feel like we go by statistics too much comparing Connecticut to other states? And the reason I ask that is because you hear time and time again from the governor, from, well, really, a lot of lawmakers. We got the best education in the country. Connecticut's got the best education in the country. We've got the best schools. We've got the best public school, all that. But then you hear about what you just said is alarming. To live in Connecticut and to have the should we get a kindergarten teacher or should we leave the lights on? I mean, that does not reflect we've got the best education in the country. Do you know what I'm saying? There's a disconnect there. I'm wondering if too much do we rely on statistics, like the numbers, compare Connecticut to what's going on in other states, and that justifies the scenario you just gave us.
Correct. What goes on is when you compare Connecticut to Georgia, right, or something like that, you're talking about a dramatic difference in cost of living, the cost of everything. It's really an interesting thing to talk about. Who do we compare to, right? Because at the end of the day, there's a lot of uniqueness in sort of what are the mandates, how are the funding formulas even constructed, right? We have a very different process in every state for what it means to fund education and how that is even done. And so for us, really it becomes the barrier. So we do try and rely on basic, because the governor will go out and say we spend more per student than any state or some kind of thing like that, right? Well, that may be true. That's not state funds. When the we is the universal we, it's not the state. So Connecticut as a state is actually proportionally in the bottom 10 of the states in the country. So if we want to use the statistics, we actually have to at least compare apples to apples. We are not contributing to our local municipalities and our local administrations in the same pace as other states. And so, at the end of the day, you can say whatever you want. I mean, data can be interpreted and moved around however we want. But at the end of the day, if you're not getting what you want out of the system and you're not getting sort of the services, then it's really important to look at what are we spending money on and how do we do it better. And I tend to agree with you that I'm a data person. I mean, listen, I'm a math person. I love all the data. But at the end of the day, it really matters more what we're doing with the money we have and how we're continuing to make the investment. Because if we're not getting what we want out of the system, does it matter what Georgia, New York, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, does it matter what they're all doing, or does it really matter what we're doing and the investments we're choosing to make?
And if you want to hear more of our chat with Kate Diaz, president of the Connecticut Education Association, which again is the largest teachers union in Connecticut, we talked about whether or not we're going to see more vote of confidence actions happening at different districts. We just heard this week that there was another vote of no confidence for the superintendent of schools in Stamford. But we also have seen that in the last year in other districts, including Bridgeport, obviously being a standout one for 2024. And so we talk about when you see funding getting cut and being one of the reasons people don't have confidence in their leadership at the local level, do we see that happening more and more, especially if the state doesn't invest more? But we also look at some other major stories that have happened where even students are walking out of classrooms saying, we need more money, we need better conditions in our schools, and that we're disappointed in the lack of investment at the local and state level. So if you want to learn more about this conversation, go back and listen to our podcasts. Those are posted on our website, voiceofct.com. Just click on Melissa in the Morning, and you'll find our full conversation with Kate Diaz there. You're listening to WICC, the voice of Connecticut. We'll be right back.
Did you run out of the house and miss breakfast? And now there's nothing in the office kitchen? Then you need the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll bring delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way around southern Connecticut until we reach your office. Sign up at voiceofct.com and the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade will be on the way.
If you have hard water, the lime scale not only leaves white spots, it clogs pipes and breaks down appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars in energy and wear. Eliminate limescale and other water issues like brown staining, bad odors, and lead with HydroCare water products available from Wave Home Solutions. Wave's affordable systems don't use salts or chemicals. You'll love the way your water tastes, smells, and looks. Satisfaction guaranteed. For more information, go to wavebestwater.com. That's wavebestwater.com.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align, because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish at wish.org.
Did you know that every year, public school teachers spend nearly $500 of their own money for student supplies? At Donors Choose, we want students and teachers to have the tools they need for a great education. And now, more than ever, they need your help. Go to DonorsChoose.org and choose from teachers' requests that support reading, math, science, music, and more. Learn more at DonorsChoose.org.
Donors Choose. Support a classroom.
Build a future.
Why? Why do we ignore the things that give us pause, that seem out of place, that don't feel right? The answer to why defines who we are. So if you see something, why do you say something?
I see safe for my friends.
For my community.
For my family.
For each other. Because all of this matters. We all have something worth protecting. So why do you see safe? Report suspicious activity to local authorities. If you see something, say something.
A favorite moment from Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A bell-to-bell ban on cell phones in Fairfield schools has now reached the Board of Education. Apparently, Superintendent of Schools Michael Testani introduced 3 policies tackling cell phone usage in the district. He joins us now to give us more clarity on these. Welcome back to the show, Michael Testani. And I'm curious, you and I have talked about certainly cell phone policies before. I was a little taken aback, though, because I thought Fairfield already had all of these things in place. Is this just building on what's already been put in the district?
Yes, hi, Melissa. Thanks for having me. Yes, exactly. There's a growing number of parents who are becoming more aware of the dangers that cell phones, more particularly the use of social media, is having on their children. And we have board members that are also interested in discussing this a little more in depth. So currently, we are not allowing any elementary students to bring any type of smartphone, smartwatch, and those kind of devices into our buildings. Middle schoolers have to put everything away for the day. And then high school is the more tricky one, where right now I think our students are pretty good at putting it in a pouch that's, in the classroom during class hours, but they do have access to it in between classes, lunchtime, and those kind of things. So we are having some discussions around that. There are some other districts that have gone to the extreme of having, the devices put away in a locked pouch for the entire day. But as you and I have talked about in the past, I think this just raises the awareness for parents that we need to be a little more alert of what our children are doing on their devices, on their social media. And particularly, as I've been saying for over a year now, we really need to have parents take all these devices prior to bedtime, because we know that the most dangerous and most critical time is those late evening, overnight hours where we need children to get a good night's sleep to prepare them for the next day.
Yeah, I think it's important, obviously, that schools are doing their thing. But I also think there's such a huge amount of time where we allow not only the kids, but adults have really bad behavior with the phones. You know, like I think there's some personal accountability that we're lacking just as a society, parents, adults, not knowing when to unplug, but we're telling our kids to do it. So I'm glad you put that message out there. Like, hey, we'll do everything we can, but it is a partnership, certainly.
Absolutely. It's a partnership. We have to be good role models. I think it's also deteriorating the way adults interact with each other, especially when it we need to do something quickly. And I think sometimes it's hard to recognize in our children because, you know, our children are doing great in school. They have good grades. They're active in clubs or sports or music or the arts. So we don't really see the effects of it, but it's slowly having an effect on their mental health. We hear all the time, all the studies are coming out on the mental health